Когда я впервые увидел социальную сеть, я прозрел. Один человек, всего один человек смог изменить весь мир. Я задумался, почему не я? Почему не сейчас? И это был тот самый момент, когда я понял, что хочу оставить свой след. Я начал искать, где могу научиться чему-то новому. И вот так я узнал о Tomorrow School. И не мог упустить этот шанс. Здесь я не просто получаю знания. Я нашел сообщество единомышленников, которые вдохновляют меня. Здесь я обрел себя. Конечно же, я сталкиваюсь с трудностями, челленджами и выгоранием. Но я знаю одно – я на верном пути. Теперь передо мной открыты все двери. Со знаниями, которые я получаю в Tomorrow School, я готовлюсь идти дальше к своей цели – покорять Кремниевую долину, а затем целый мир. И это только начало моей истории.
AI-preneurs — это про людей, разных, ярких, смелых. Они встречаются впервые и уже спорят, смеются, предлагают идеи. Каждый со своим опытом, но всех объединяет одно — вера в технологии и желание создать что-то настоящее. Сначала хаос, непонимание, поиск, столкновение характеров, а потом команда. Они учатся слушать, пробуют, ошибаются, пробуют снова. Учатся не только строить стартап, но и быть рядом, когда трудно. Иногда тупик. Тишина. А потом инсайт, озарение, движение вперед. Работают как одержимые. Снова спорят, снова смеются, снова идут дальше. Первый клиент, как первый полет. Продукт оживает. И уже не важно, как начинали. Главное, что вместе. Все ради одного момента. Выйти на сцену и сказать: «Мы сделали это».
We usually apply for everything what Astana Hub launches.
Have you heard about the hero training program, by the way?
No, I haven't.
No way. Oh my gosh. Network is everything. Don't be afraid. Come up to people, talk to them. Because especially in the Silicon Valley, people, they're just people. Even though they're billionaires, investors, angels, they are just like you. They're willing to talk to you, give you advice, and don't be afraid. Connect.
All of our problems for the past 4 years of our project's lifetime became very small because the world market is different. Different people, entrepreneurs from all around the world. We gained the confidence that we can do in this market.
You are not worse than other startups from the Silicon Valley. Don't underestimate yourself and just go.
Did you apply for hero training?
We didn't arrive here by accident. Our brand builds on heritage. Knowing where we came from and where we headed. For us, influencing is not enough. We need the whole world.
Welcome to Silkway Accelerator.
This is where the best startups of the region come together. When you put a bunch of passionate people in the same room, it's amazing things that can happen.
Business with pleasure.
Enjoying another workshop by Google for Startups.
We offer a variety of practice-oriented workshops for founders and their team, with the goal of acquiring new skills and expanding their capabilities. Get your product promoted and having access to the strongest network community.
Do you think that's coffee? It's networking.
Under the watchful guidance of our trackers, startups were pushed to their limit and showed remarkable progress that they themselves did not expect as a result.
My journey to Silkway Accelerator was definitely worth it.
The world is moving fast, and we help you move faster. Silkway Accelerator, your unicorn story starts here.
Yo, you want to see something cool?
No.
Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Tech-Орда. Твой уникальный путь в IT с гибким графиком. Онлайн, офлайн или гибрид. За 6 месяцев ты освоишь программирование, Agile, Product Management и AI в лучших частных IT-школах Казахстана. Программа предоставляет ваучер до 500 тысяч тенге, а преподаватели практики и менторы из IT-индустрии помогут улучшить и применить знания на реальных проектах. Подай заявку сейчас и открой новые горизонты для своей карьеры.
Когда я впервые увидел социальную сеть, я прозрел. Когда я впервые увидел социальную сеть, я прозрел. Один человек, всего один человек смог изменить весь мир. Я задумался, почему не я? Почему не сейчас? И это был тот самый момент, когда я понял, что хочу оставить свой след. Я начал искать, где могу научиться чему-то новому. И вот так я узнал о Tomorrow School. И не мог упустить этот шанс. Здесь я не просто получаю знания. Я нашел сообщество единомышленников, которые вдохновляют меня. Здесь я обрел себя. Конечно же, я сталкиваюсь с трудностями, челленджами и выгоранием. Но я знаю одно. Я на верном пути. Теперь передо мной открыты все двери. Со знаниями, которые я получаю в Tomorrow School, я готовлюсь идти дальше к своей цели, покорять Кремниевую долину, а затем целый мир. И это только начало моей истории.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар, ханымдар мен мырзалар. Біз сіздерді орталық Еуразиядағы ең ірі халықаралық технологиялық форум Digital Bridge 2025 шарасында.
Welcome to the International Forum Digital Bridge. Please mute your phones and please keep them silent. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. Welcome to the International Tech Forum Digital Bridge for Central Asia, Digital 2025. It will be a very insightful day. Please mute your phones and please ensure that the hall is silent. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to welcome you to Digital Bridge 2025, the largest international tech forum in Central Eurasia. Please make yourselves comfortable and get ready for an inspiring journey ahead. We kindly ask you to switch your phones to silent mode and maintain silence in the hall. Let us begin our forum together. Первая панельная сессия. AI для...
The first panel session, AI for Diplomacy, Leaders as Bridge Builders. Laura Salamat will be the moderator of this session, Women in Tech Kazakhstan. Greetings, dear friends, dear participants, dear guests. The day is not that warm, it's a bit windy, but still, welcome to Astana. Let me first of all introduce the speakers of this session, and a bit later I will give you the background for the discussion. Ekaterina Smolikova, Majlis member, the lower house of the Parliament of Kazakhstan. Asem Baladjan, counsel to the Minister for the Ministry of AI and Digital Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Chapter Director for Women in Tech Kazakhstan, Irina Suleiman, the President of Kazakhstani Association of IT and Innovation, Director and Founder of KAS Consulting, the representative of the Austrian Agricultural Cluster and local legislature member, Chubak Timirov, Director of the Park of High Technology, and Yerkimay Orazova, Head for Corporate Business Development at the O Bank. This is the new name of Halyk Bank. Today we're talking about AI, but not about the technological foundation, but mainly the diplomacy, international development and cooperation. And today we are going to develop the recommendations that we would like to send to the ministry, the cabinet, on behalf of the region, what we can do as a region to promote technology, not only at the single national level, but as a regional project in the promotion of artificial intelligence. Today, AI is called the new language of development and diplomacy. Artificial intelligence impacts the way the countries are interacting, how they're building trust among business, community, government. Today, we have the representatives of both government, community, and businesses. According to consultancy assessments, AI may add $15 trillion to global economy, but 70% of the countries as of today have no strategy for AI development, and there is lack of conscious approach across the sectors in terms of AI development. 2030 minus 2025 is already 4 years. 4 years are left for us to understand how we promote and implement AI. We need to be ready to use it across sectors and IT. According to UNESCO, only one of the 5 specialists in AI is female. So AI implementation lacks women. In Central Asia and Caucasus, in CCA, fintech is implemented in education and government. However, trust and ethics are not covered as openly as they should be. Therefore, within this session, we will do our best to talk about those topics: the trust, the conscious approach, and the technological, not only development, but implementation of AI in various sectors, to have a certain bridge among the countries to work together on the international arena to implement tech projects for the benefit of the country's economies. Katerina, the first question goes to you. AI today is not only about technology. It is a diplomacy tool. It has impact on negotiation, cooperation, and building trust. So, in the parliament, if we talk about parliament and public institutions, what is their role in the international cooperation in the domain of technology? And what is the best way to build the trust on the part of the society? Because as of today, probably they are not yet ready to embrace artificial intelligence. Greetings, dear participants. It is my pleasure to see everyone today at this platform. Thank you so much for this question. The role of legislature in the development and implementation of technology and AI is the key role, because we are syncing the national legislation with international standards. We are minimizing various transboundary barriers. We are ensuring the environment not only for the national digital projects, but also the projects that go beyond the country's borders. It's no secret that today we are one of the few countries that has developed a bill on AI. According to the research by Stanford University, Kazakhstan is one of the top 15 countries in terms of the speed of adoption of AI and the adoption of the legislation for AI. Top 15 countries, which is a tremendous indicator. And in the Central Asian territory, Kazakhstan is in a leading position. Last week, I traveled to Tajikistan at the Women's Dialogue on Digitalization in Central Asia. Everybody is looking at Kazakhstan because they understand that Kazakhstan is an advanced country in terms of online services, various platforms, and we have a very conscious approach, and we are very prepared for AI adoption. And we are starting the first stage. The preparation stage was about, let's say, generic digitalization of public services. Now we are gradually moving towards the next level. It's large scale, it's deep, it's labor intensive, because we are going to work on sectoral digitalization. Talking about the community, the fact that the act has been developed, that the bill is there, is already very important. Kazakhstan is investing a lot in capital-intensive infrastructure. The computing capacities have been procured by the state. Without it, AI won't be developing. The national platform is being built to ensure a controlled environment where all sectors can take data sets to train their models. Yesterday, a new Ministry of AI and Digital Development was established, and the minister is at the level of the Deputy Prime Minister. This is another essential step showing that the government is very serious about digitalization, as the President has stated. Also, the head of state instructed the cabinet that an AI university should be founded. This is another step. All of the steps taken by the government, starting from AI bill that is going to be signed by the end of the year, down to a separate AI university, must build trust with the citizens. And the most important novelty in the bill that we were developing within the parliament, I was the member of the working group. Over 6 months, we've been working. The working groups could have 2 meetings a day, even sometimes, and we engaged many experts, including field experts, subject matter professionals. They were engaged, they were involved so that their best contribution would be ensured for this bill. And the goal is to protect the rights of the citizens and protect them in the eon of development, rapid development of technology, while ensuring that the technology keeps developing. Thank you, Ekaterina. I just traveled back from Tajikistan as well. There was a meeting with the local community, so the local chapter of Women in Tech was established there. So we talked about technology and the way they are implemented in Tajikistan. And of course, they said that they were looking at Kazakhstan and they would like to know more about our IT companies, our startups. As we discussed previously, well, I myself worked for the government, and I know that the government has always been open. And it always talked to the business that we are ready to make the necessary steps for the business. They were digital literacy trainings. Today we see that AI trainings are being initiated. A lot is being done for education, for regulatory framework. So the question for you, as you remember, we discussed it. What happens to the business community? As I've said, government does a lot for education, for regulation, but what is done for the businesses, for the transfer of technology, and to which extent is the business ready to adopt the technologies? Are you sure that the business has the necessary trust to the regulatory framework that is being developed today? Well, first of all, thank you for the platform, for the opportunity to communicate. So this is the only way we will be able to achieve certain outcomes. As a business community representative, let me talk about the businesses. As Ekaterina said, this is indeed hard work that supports AI development in our country. Our country is today running a project on making amendments to the tax code. So we wish it doesn't happen the way it has happened with the tax code. I'm not talking about the expediency of the changes. But, you know, the technology is there, but probably the training is not there yet, and the business is not yet sure which tools they should use. So we are implementing AI in our country, but there is lack of trust. all the work that is being done by the government, by the parliament, on the part of the business, those efforts can be reduced to zero. But in general, this is something that can be easily addressed thanks to the acting businesses. If we talk about the artificial intelligence or other technologies being implemented in other countries, well, the most important thing is not to invent the wheel. When the technologies don't have to be invented, but they can be, imported, so that we don't need to develop our own ChatGPT or similar services. Let us adopt what's already there. As a president of the IT Association, we have 800 companies who are implementing 1S in Kazakhstan. This is a big network. There are technologies that are well known to them, and this is the network that is already there, and it is trusted by businesses and actual people. And such association can bridge the government and businesses, because we know that the time horizon is really short. We shouldn't waste those 3 to 4 years in vain. We suggest using this time to hit on all of our goals. Reinvent ourselves, because it was mentioned a lot that AI would substitute certain jobs, that juniors will not be needed anymore. It is partially true, but partially not true. So we need to be very careful, very sensible in approaching this topic. Well, our residents, the Technopark residents, the companies registered with us, let's talk about them. I represent the Park of High Technology, just like Astana Hub here. It's a special tax regime for export-oriented IT companies. We are providing benefits, preferences for IT development, including AI development. So one of the stories is the academy. The second is our residents And our staff is a part of a special committee that was writing the AI strategy for Kyrgyzstan. And I think that very soon it will be adopted as well. And I would like to note that under this academy, there is a great community, the AI network.
There are more than 3,000 members that are not only coming from Kyrgyzstan, but it's a global one. And indeed, this is being promoted by digital specialists, and it seems like it's also making its own contributions. And the guys are also working on voice assistant like Siri or Lisa, but in Kyrgyz language. So these are the trends that we're observing. And yeah, as I conclude, I would like to leave some time for other speakers to add more. Yeah, we're actively collaborating with other technoparks, with Astana Hub, with Uzbekistan IT Park, and we've been collaborating closely with Azerbaijan, Sava Hub, and other parks that are within the realm and within the perimeter of Turkic countries, such as Central Asian countries. And yeah, we collaborate in forms of joint exhibitions, though we have not participated in this events as a park, but we've seen close collaboration and synergy between our parks of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. So yeah, they've been closely collaborating, exchanging experience. Yeah, and would like to join this initiative as a promotion country. Yeah, I have a follow-up question. You're saying that you are collaborating with different parks such as Dushanbe, Uzbekistan, Astana Hub. You have an IT hub, so you are collaborating on the side of promotion. As we speak, in terms of technological collaboration, is there some upward room for collaboration? So maybe we need to work not only on promotional side, but also on technological advancement. So we have a goal to have 100% digitalization. We need to use AI in all sectors. We're not talking about just using it as a potential layman user. There could be a city, for example, that can operate exclusively on cryptocurrency, but we're talking about technological advancement between our with the support of our parks. And how do you feel what is necessary for us to collaborate with our parks, among our parks, for technological development of each country? Yes, fully agree. We had an idea regarding water crisis by 2030, and it's an arid area, and we're anticipating a big trouble with water availability. So Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan water parks, including Kazakhstan, parks could make a huge step forward. We did a water tech summit before that, and this is how we would like to move this further. So we'd like to engage other countries towards this problem, as well as IT parks along the way, to join this move, so that with the help of technologies we could address this problem, to come to grips with it. It's about rational use of water. It's about accounting water and to distribute it respectively, rationally, because water scarcity can lead to some very drastic and adverse consequences. Well, we don't have anyone from the industry. You remember when the industry was going through robotization period, it was thought that people will be dismissed, there will be major sacking of people, and people will be replaced by robots. But as part of technological development 5.0, it was 4.0 before, but now it's 5.0. And as we see now, people will be training these robots that will come into play through digitalization. So people are there to train these robots. You know, so this myth that claims that AI will replace everyone and there won't be any space for people to work and be demanded. Now, I think we will just have to, you know, to change our orientation and to take advantage of AI and to train robots. As we move to community, and we talk about regional development, let's not forget about international development. And the community is playing a vital role here. There are a lot of initiatives and projects that can move our countries closer to the global community, to the global level and international arena. So what do you feel? What's your take on the role of community that it can play in technological advancement that we're talking about? Yes, thank you very much indeed for this opportunity. All in all, my opinion, as we speak about diplomacy and technology, I think technology is the only language in the world that is common for everyone, for all countries around the globe. Why do technologies unite people? Why these technologies become more accessible? Is because we're all, you know, actively using all technological stuff and devices, you know, because everyone is so well familiar with it. That's why it's becoming a great tool for digital diplomacy. However, digital diplomacy comes down to people. And speaking about community, myself, Laura Yerkimai, we represent Women in Tech. It's a global international community that is represented in 65 countries around the globe. And as a matter of fact, as we began this move a long time ago, you remember this big deal and this tragedy with the domestic violence and the victim that died of domestic violence. Her name is Sultanat, and but we would like to know women closer, not thanks to such dramatic cases. We would like female technological voice at global arena be more vocal. That's how Women in Tech started in Kazakhstan, and thanks to this 1 year on, as we attended Global Summit in Osaka, it's an annual event and that is held by Women in Tech. It's a rally, it's an assembly of women from around the globe, and we became chapter of the year. And indeed, we were the largest delegation. There were 25 ladies from Kazakhstan, and we made sure that all 65 countries that made their way there, 60% of them didn't know anything about Kazakhstan or knew very little. So then we realized that our goal was to popularize Kazakhstan at the international arena. And now moving to your question, I think the power of community is the strongest, you know, the most formidable, because we as a community in Kazakhstan is pretty strong. We have more than 2,000 members, and around the globe there are more than 300,000. We are, you know, significant power. Just the other day we held a meeting with Central Asia representatives and the Caucasus, and it all gives us an opportunity to exchange experience, to export, to import knowledge, to transfer knowledge. And yeah, these days for Women in Tech, it's a great opportunity to enter international markets. You know, we have a separate opportunity available for startups, and we introduce them to international investors. Just very recently, we announced a new initiative. We opened a new female venture fund, one of its kind, you know, and it's all thanks to having access to global speakers, global community, and that's where we can, you know, borrow all this knowledge and successfully apply them and transfer them to Kazakhstan. So therefore, I guess it's the right time, the prime time of communities. You know, the communities that we used to have are now implying a different format. People are wondering, what are we doing in our communities? But we tell them that all in all, people are now having this demand, this need to belong to some community. And if you find the right community, they would always give you two major values. It's always a great opportunity for growth, personal, professional growth. AI, we keep saying that AI is coming, it's inevitable, it will replace that, it will restructure us, and so on. So knowledge is the power. And second of all is networking. It's access to people, to skills, people that can change something in your life. So the power of community looks as I just described it. So in the past we used to work at Almaty level, at Kazakhstan level, but now we're working at Central Asia, Caucasus level, and the global arena. Thank you very much. As I also belong to the community of women in tech, I think it's worth mentioning the course that's been developed by Women in Tech. It's called AI for Her, and I think it's worth mentioning that one. And then we'll move on. We'll talk about training in general, because the challenge appears to be in this abundance of tools and instruments made available by the government. However, it's not taken off, you know. There are a lot of free initiatives, but they're not demanded, they're not attended, they're not visited. We are a tech community, and when we say we have a course called AI for Her, they say, like, what's out there new? The maximum what people are capable of is just to use Chat GPT. You know, send your question and it's as the saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. You know, a lot could be said about the quality of these questions. And when the hype started with AI, we had a lot of these frauders, info frauders. I'm a mediator of a famous coach, and now women are struggling to get their money back from them, and the quality of these courses is very lousy. You know, it's very low, and still there is a huge gap between Astana and Almaty level of development. That's why we develop these online courses. It's about the use of AI for your personal effectiveness, you know. It's called AI for Her, to get rid of these scam coaches, this fake guru. So it's available on online platform. It's certainly available for men just as well as for women. So we did it on purpose so that everyone could get access to a free tool that can teach you a lot on the use of AI without paying unnecessary, ridiculous amounts. Let me ask you a question about education. I have a question for you, Rukima, because you represent here financial sector. You also represent here a female community, and this sector has always been on the edge of digital technologies implementation. It's one of the first digitized sectors. There are a lot of tools that are being tested in the finance sector. So my question is, to what extent the financial sector, I know that you're doing a lot, and whether you are preparing a platform for the entrepreneurs to embrace AI technologies. Will there be any support tools for entrepreneurs and business to implement these technologies? Thanks. The mic is off. Well, it's a platform. Women IT Kyrgyzstan, it's a platform that's not only sharing the knowledge, but also providing support for startups. When we talk about Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyzstan is just at the beginning of this journey. And as you said, it's moving ahead in financial, education, and public services. In financial sector, we providing support in AI. We prepared a special IT team, and we're helping make a decision on IT projects and AI introduction. If the client is working on business and there is a lot of manual labor, we are telling them to introduce AI to a greater extent. However, we have to be cognizant that AI should be used ethically and not unmorally. Because AI without ethics is like a car without brakes. So we were one of the first banks in Kyrgyzstan that has introduced AI in its operations in anti-fraud department. So we cut our people short, but we cannot just rely completely on AI, right? Because there could be some barriers sometimes, and AI cannot just act alone. Sometimes it can miscalculate, give you misleading information. So people need to oversee it anyway. And when we speak about women in tech, and as we move deeper to the regions, we have launched a project on training, and there are a lot of women in Kyrgyzstan that would like to work in IT. We have a great, beautiful example. We prepared a new project where we deliver training out there in the regions, and then they're able to work remotely in the region. First time we went to the region, to a region, women didn't know how to use a computer, you know. Yeah, this problem has to be admitted. Not only women, but entrepreneurs in general have low literacy and competence with computer usage. Yeah, even in Kyrgyzstan. What is remarkable and delightful, we say that IT is not just a men's occupation. I think IT is out there for professional, first of all, you know, and then there could be some sort of division for men and women. I'm a small entrepreneur myself. I opened a mini factory for semi-processed food products. We launched Women in Tech, a woman thanks to IT specialist, and now AI is helping in business to take orders. It's a great platform. The organizers are telling me that the time is running out. Ekaterina, Tim, and Irina have a lot to share. And yeah, it's a broad topic. However, what's causing our pain is that people have low literacy and have low computer skills, you know. And then we're saying we have some ambitious goals to go 100% digital. No, we're not talking about Kaspi. When Kaspi has taught how to use online banking, even some early people that are selling stuff on the market. So it's a different story how Kaspi managed to instill these skills. Maybe the old type of training is outdated, you know, it's no longer good for its purpose. Maybe we need to do it differently. How can we go about it? We're not talking about business, we're just talking about general public, you know, so that everyone's skills were higher. So business could work for business could work for general public, how to build up everyone's computers and digital skills up. And as far as training goes, I'm sticking to not a very popular opinion. I was asked at some point, what should we do as a reform? We need to get rid of these ICT classes at school. It's outdated, it's too old, because our kids can even teach us how to use devices and gadgets and everything. And what what they are being taught at ICT classes, it's too outdated and unnecessary. You don't need to have higher education degree to be a developer, and the general paradigm tells us that gaining a skill is a key skill today. You know, you need to learn the skill to quickly adapt and change. I come from foreign languages department, and then I used to work in IT sector, in media. I'm a multifunctional person. I know that in the course of my life, I'll have to learn many new skills. You know, always to build up, and just getting a degree, a diploma, and sit and wait for a work of your dream is no longer valid and relevant. And I see it's absolutely clear why the government is not keeping up. The educational program and curricula are not keeping up with the pace.
Because the time per se, the trends per se, are urging more training courses and certificates to be appearing in the market. Today, the degrees, the diplomas are equaled with certificates, so we can learn every year or every 2 years to improve our qualifications. Look at the surveys by a Global Economic Forum, IDC, 2022 to 2030 is the time when the entire framework of jobs and professions will be reinvented, and the training that we gain today, the degrees that we get today, will be actually irrelevant tomorrow, maybe irrelevant tomorrow. Therefore, AI is a kind of a boost for the training community to prepare more materials, open more courses to make our nation truly generative. So the first thing I noted in your speech is the adaptability, and the second thing today, saying that you're an IT specialist or you're not an IT specialist. So any profession has some embedded IT feature. It resides on technology and AI. Chubak, you also mentioned training. So maybe it's not exactly training as a term, but the overall domain of education. If we talk about it, I can see that in some countries, people are not yet ready even for basic technology adoption. Yes, this issue is still there. You know, in some countries, we talk about exploring space. In other countries, people are just walking the earth. It is hard to talk about full digitalization at the subnational level, but in provinces, people are at least using the phones. Everybody has a gadget, so we need to enter those gadgets with gamification of training. I think this is a nice area to explore, an interesting area to explore, because training efforts, training engagement efforts is something that is really hard. But, you know, involving people, getting them interested via gadgets, okay, I will take note of it. So we need to do our best to gamify our educational efforts. I am sure that within the next several years, we will all become coders anyway. Katerina, a couple of words. On September 26th, there were parliamentary hearings in the lower house of parliament, and there was an exhibition, and every sector, every ministry demonstrated the successful projects that are already operating based on AI. And you know, the leading positions are occupied by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education and Ministry of Health. These are the areas, these are the sectors that have shown good progress. For instance, the Ministry of how they have implemented the Cerebra project. They are running diagnostics based on AI for certain medical profiles. AI Sana, maybe you have heard about it. 450,000 students were trained in the last 6 months, and 200,000 will be trained during this semester. There are Huawei courses, there are Coursera courses. As I've mentioned before, we have gone through the first stage of digitalization. We have a big digital footprint. Then there will be a national platform that creates an environment where any sector can take data sets to train their models. In our bill, we put the soft measures of regulation. Rigid regulation is only for high-risk systems. Low and mid-risk systems that are being developed mainly by business community will enjoy soft regulation so that the business can be flexible inside. Investment climate, investment environment is very favorable according to the new bill. And we're about to enter the new era, the new stage, the deep transformation, first of all, in the area of higher education, so that we have a closer look at assessment, the system of homework, and the very notion of the quality of education. We need full-fledged transformation. Irkimai, in your speech, you already mentioned that the communities should train specialists so that they could join businesses and work on business processes. Well, it's not exactly implementation. This is adapting to the needs of every region. Well, briefly, training AI for the sake of AI leads to nothing. This is a tool to make our life easier. If we're not talking about the subject matter education, but the engagement issue. You know, people are lazy by nature. So if they understand that AI is a tool that can make their life easier, they will use it. So we need to make education accessible across Kazakhstan, across regions, and then we will find those tools ourselves to make our life easier. So accessible, various tools and communities. So the government is working along those lines, and the regulatory work in Kazakhstan is really successful. So within this session, we did our best to talk about AI diplomacy among countries and came up with several recommendations that I will further concur with you. So Women in Tech then will write a correspondence to the government summarizing the recommendations after this session. Thank you so much. Let us make a group photo. Dear guests, this panel session is wrapping up. I would like to thank the speakers and the moderator for the insightful discussion. We will enjoy a short break, and then we'll talk about AI versus AI.
Yo, you want to see something cool? No? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
didn't arrive here by accident. Our brand builds on heritage. Knowing where we came from and where we headed. For us, influencing is not enough. We need the whole world.
Welcome to Silkway Accelerator.
This is where the best startups of the region come together. When you put a bunch of passionate people in the same room, it's amazing things that can happen.
Business with pleasure.
Enjoy another workshop by Google for Startups.
We offer a variety of practice-oriented workshops for founders and their team, with the goal of acquiring new skills and expanding their capabilities. Get your product promoted.
Уважаемые гости, просим вас занимать.
Dear guests, please take your seats so that we could continue. For your safety, please do not leave your bags in the aisles. Please put them on your seats next to you. Please take your seats. Dear guests, let me remind you, you should take up your seats personally, not by putting your bags on empty places. Please take your seats promptly.
The Silicon Valley people, they're just people. Even though they're billionaires, investors, angels, they are just like you. They're willing to talk to you, give you advice, and don't be afraid, connect.
All of our problems for the past 4 years of our project's lifetime became very small because the world market is different.
Deputy Chairperson of the Astana Civil Service Hub, UNDP, Бахыт Жексенбай.
Thank you so much. Уважаемые дамы и господа.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, dear participants, welcome to the panel session, AI versus AI. My name is Bachıt Jeksenbay. I represent the Astana Civil Service Hub. It is my great pleasure and honor to moderate this panel discussion. Let us start with the simple question. Who of you has used AI today? Maybe for a certain text preparation, translation, maybe some voice helper at home, in your car, maybe you already ordered some public service today, or maybe made some kind of purchased today, I think many of you have already used AI today, which is showing us that AI is not just a tool. It is an integral part of our life, one of the key, maybe most prominent megatrends today. On the one hand, that opens new opportunities like better public governance, better civil services, better opportunities in education, science, business. But it brings new challenges about ethics, personal data, transparency of algorithms, fairness of decisions, and community trust. Because we need to understand that whatever technology we're using, they must be human rights centric. They must focus on the interests of our citizens. So these tasks cannot be covered only by the efforts of the government. There must be cooperation with businesses, with academia, with developers. It is important to strike the balance between progress and responsibility, building the architecture of trust, something we're going to discuss today, the system of rules and standards that does not put any constraints on the innovations and pushing them forward. As we know, many countries are already moving towards that goal. As of today, Korea is the recognized leader in the area of digitalization. Today, we are enjoying the presence of guests from Turkey and Russia as well, who have implemented interesting practices and solutions. Kazakhstan has established the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence and is implementing the Digital Kazakhstan strategy. I would also like to note that the Astana Civil Service Hub that I represent, together with UNDP and the government of Korea, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security, is implementing an inter-regional project covering 12 countries to develop digitalization. Across those countries, we can see that AI is the priority. I am sure that this discussion will be a great opportunity to share fresh ideas, insights, practical solutions. Today, we're enjoying a unique opportunity to listen to experts from various countries and have a sneak peek on the future with AI. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speakers, Ms. Shulpan Saimova, Doctor, Head of Public Legislation Center and Governance Center, Department of Material Procurement, the Institute of Parliamentarianism, Kazakhstan. Evgeny Khakhlunov, Director for National Strategic Projects, Yandex Cloud, Russia. Dr. Erdem Erkul, the Chair of the Business Council for Digital Technology under the Council for Foreign Economic Affairs, Cerebrum Tech CEO and founder. Dr. She Hyun Cho, the Head of the Department of Government and Innovations of the Korean Institute of Public Governance, Korea. And Ms. Alina Gudareva, PhD, the Department of Cognitive Sciences, AI Laboratory, Kazakh British University, Kazakhstan. Thank you so much. So to open this session, I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Saimova. Every speaker has up to 5 minutes to speak. Thank you so much, Bahat, for the floor given. Greetings, dear participants, dear guests of this important event for our country. Dear guests, welcome to Astana, welcome to Kazakhstan. I would like to start with a rhetoric question. Any country, including a developing country, or developed countries, there are certain milestones that are symbolic. some turning points. For Kazakhstan, it is 1995. This is the date when our country adopted the Constitution of the Republic of Kazakhstan. This is our fundamental law with our basic values: human rights, liberties, rule of law, democracy, justice. These are the basic fundamental principles for our statehood, for our justice, for the independence of our country. It is 2025 today, and we are again at a turning point. There is a new challenge upcoming called artificial intelligence. We understand that every minute, every second, AI is changing our life in terms of economic growth, in terms of public governance, and even everyday routine is impacted by AI, opening new horizons from healthcare to education, from public governance to tremendous opportunities in industries. But again, we should talk about the risks that might really influence and bring micro-level and macro-level challenges up to the national security. This is privacy, this is cybersecurity, this is public opinion manipulation. If we do not control AI, it may substitute reality with a fake one for the eyes and ears of the community, which brings about new risks for our country. It's been 3 decades already. Many issues have been addressed. The new challenges are coming, and our country and the global community is seeing new challenges of protecting the rule of law, human rights, democracy, and community trust, despite the challenges posed by AI in the digital eon. AI has 2 sides. On the one hand, we see amazing opportunities that our guests will talk about. At the same time, there are risks that we need to take into account in our legal framework. Why I'm talking about the legal framework? Because for any country, the core of the country, the core of the statehood, is the fundamental law, the rights that are written in the Constitution. So if we are now at a turning point and we might step over those rights and put them in the background, well, that might bring about very big problems, both at micro and macro level. The recent address of the head of state on September 8 posed a very ambitious global goal for Kazakhstan to become a country that uses the full potential of AI. These words bring another challenge. But we need to answer a question where Kazakhstan is now and how we could approach those ambitious end states. Starting 2024, Kazakhstan is ranked 24th in the global UN Index of Digital Governments. This is a very high ranking. However, if we look at the AI development ranking, we're somewhere in the middle or below average. According to 2023-2024, we are ranking the 70th. So we can make a conclusion that Kazakhstan does have potential. It does have all the necessary important capacities. But apart from the technological progress per se, it is important to regulate the mechanisms, the policies that are pertaining to the artificial intelligence. Let me summarize the key areas here. First of all, It's something that is written in our Constitution, Article 39. It is a very important provision, very important problem. The fact that AI is not the subject of law, and it's not an agent in law. We can have either a legal entity or an individual. As you know, Kazakhstan today at the legislature level is discussing the AI bill. And we must fix it, we must enshrine it and regulate it that AI has no agency in legal relations. So the conceptual frameworks that the personal responsibility and liability always lies with an individual, this must be our pillar. Let me remind you about our schedule. So couple of minutes. We must understand that there are two basic bills for us, the digital code bill and AI bill, and the tech progress and the development of constitutional relations during the digital eon must be in parallel without domination. The government should not ask a question of options. Should we choose development or trust towards the legal framework? As the civil society, as citizens, as people who understand deeply that AI is already here, we must regulate it and ensure that the law is trusted.
Thank you very much indeed for this in-depth analysis and important takeaways. As you underscored, AI is not only technologies, but it's a matter of constitutional values. Thank you very much. Now I would like to pass the floor over to Evgeny. If you can please share about the role of the government as the architect of trust. As an architect of trust. Apologies, I injured my neck while playing badminton, so I look like a robot that is moving strangely. You can just call me Zhenya from Yandex. There are more than 33,000 of us, but you know, we have close connections. You don't need to use my second name or call me Mister. You can just call me Zhenya, as simple as that. I will have 5 points, and then I will tell you more about my topic, which you cannot avoid when talking about artificial intelligence. And the architect of trust that the government is performing its role. We know that in various sectors, including in healthcare and so on, some projects are being introduced. It's important for the state to play the role of an architect of trust for the entire country and for the nation to have this knowledge that it's fine, it's important to introduce it for the entire country and to set the example for other countries, because many countries are looking at Kazakhstan and at Russia as a great role models. The second thesis: if the government is not going to undertake this role, then the AI development will just become a wild territory, you know, that is inconsistent, because every separate agency will be doing something of its own, and at some point you can have complete inconsistency. So it's vital to have this role of a regulator to set the common rules of the game. And the third point is to set unified standards at the same time preserving some kind of a single format of operation, and to structure the work standards of dealing with data. Because if we have discrepancy in data at the entrance, then we'll just have garbage, as we say, garbage in, garbage out. So the government has to regulate what type of data to use, how to use it, And my fourth point, that is that it's important to do this type of audit of these solutions, this data, and so on. And it's comprehensive audit, some kind of due diligence, so for everyone to understand that we're moving in the right direction. And it's not like just every 50 years, one time in 50 years. But it has to be regular, consistent, so that all the rules of the game were clear for everyone and we're all moving in the same direction. Now moving on to trust topic, when the government is acting as an architect of trust, as builder of trust, as it was well captured, that's about the regulation. The regulation in a way that it's worth making services super open, transparent. Rules of the game should be clear for everyone instead of restrictions and non-barriers. No, clear vision for moving forward, and this should give a beautiful impetus for development forward, and a clear story. So I divide people into two types: those who can count and those who cannot. It's about international development. It's my sixth point. I haven't seen this ranking regarding 24th position, 24th place in total ranking. It's fine that you are participating in it and you've been on the edge of decision making, regulating, setting examples for other countries of how one can work with these services, exchange experience, and to set joint rules, upon joint agreement, and be at the forefront, and to set, based on consensus, this single set of rules. Around 4 years ago, we established the so-called Center for Technologies in the interest of public. It's a center that is helping us introduce these technologies. It's on a free basis. We're acting as a technological partner for research institutions and non-commercial entities, for some communities of practices whom we're giving resources, teams, and technologies, and we help move their projects forward and to achieve new heights, that are all being practical. We're just within 18 months, 12 to 18 months, and thanks to that acceleration, this project become more easily implementable. Yeah, thank you for these important observations and for tips on regarding practical implementation.
It's my pleasure to invite our next speaker, Dr. Erdem Erkul, to continue our session. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I am very happy to be here, and it's a pleasure to be here. Actually, last time I was in Almaty and for the Digital Summit, and this time we are in Astana, and really great to see each other, and because we are learning many things from each other. So sorry, sometimes my voice is not good because I was in the game between Galatasaray and Liverpool, but it's a good. Bad my voice, but good is think Galatasaray won. And actually, and you know better than me, is AI is our future, but actually and inevitably is becoming part of daily life. Sometimes in the shopping, sometimes in the car, sometimes on the mapping, sometimes business meetings like today actually. And as you know, maybe let me share some statistics. Like as you know, and a significant impact by 2030, and we will see that AI is expected at nearby 15.7 trillion US dollars the global economy. It means more than current GDP of China and India combined. Is very important. Also, and yesterday I checked again, last year in Kazakhstan, the startups, technology startups, revenue more than 10 million US dollar, 3%. It's really good numbers, I am thinking. Actually, every new generation AI models requires 10 times more computing power than the previous one, and making large-scale secure data centers the most strategic infrastructure of our era. And therefore, we need to focus on it more and more. Actually, today I want to say we need to focus not only AI, we need to focus data centers issues. And my opinion, especially in the Central Asia, we need to establish more hybrid data centers. Not only the other models, but Central Asia can make hybrid data centers model, and it's also for future, AI needs to use the biggest data centers value, and the hybrid is very important, better than today, I am thinking. Also in Eurasia, actually we stand at the crossroads of East and West, and by investing in green high capacity data centers, we don't just power AI, and we also create digital bridge. Today also we are seeing digital bridge between continents. And also second, I am thinking AI will serve as the brain of the new economy. We need to focus digital economy. Yes, it's the human rights is important, and responsible AI is important, ethics issues also is important, but also I am seeing also many young people, young generation, wondering how is impact AI, the digital economy, and your daily life, new job creation, all your schools, all your education systems. AI will help us, or AI will kill us, and we will decide together actually for future if we use the right things, the AI, and if you use the data is correct, and my opinion, AI will help us, and also, AI must be used responsibly, and this requires transparency to gain public trust and fairness, so that all people benefit equally is very important. And also, with secure data centers and responsible AI practice, Eurasia digital economies can grow rapidly and compete effectively on a global level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Erkul. And thank you for emphasis on you made on building trust, ensuring responsibility, and fostering collaboration. Thank you so much. And now I'm pleased to invite Dr. Seohyun Cho to share her insights and vision on setting the agenda for AI in the public sector. Thank you. The floor is yours.
I'm very honored to share the experience of the policy agenda, making the policy agenda with government in Korean experience about the AI strategy. And the strategies that I am sharing today is the part of the open policy working group agenda called Government Working with AI, Institutions, Governance and Systems. And actually I run the Open Policy Lab working group with Government of Interior and Safety, of which the mission is the government innovation. And so today I would like to introduce some part of those policy agenda. And before I share this policy agenda, let me make it clear that why we need this distinct agenda for government AI transformation. And AI in public sector is not an end in itself. It is a tool for government innovation. So unlike the private sector, it must uphold values such as the fairness, transparency, and democracy, and legality, all those kind of things that I think this is the common theme we have been running through in this panel. And moreover, government is the largest consumer of AI and acts as a test bed for the GovTech. So that means governments must provide clear direction for AI use in the public sector and the direction of the public-private collaboration. And I would like to categorize the policy agendas into 5 dimensions: who, what, how, with what, and governance. And the first, who means the civil servants. And AI transformation requires the skilled people, not just technology. So I would like to propose an AI champion program within government organization and attracting outside experts for creating support, by creating supportive and flexible working conditions and providing tailored training program for both staff and managers. And the second dimension about what, it is about the creating demand. Therefore, careful adoption and application of AI, creation of the demand, and a library of use cases helps each agency see real examples of how they can use in their work and learn from them and find ideas that fit their own work. And to apply AI more effectively, we also need the workflow process diagnosis. Without this, we're gonna fail because we have to check whether data is available and whether any regulation block the automation and which AI tools are the best match for the task. So it is really important to diagnose the work process first before you introduce the AI system. And the third dimension of how is that innovation. Public-private collaboration is essential. Government cannot develop the AI systems by itself because the private company is faster and much more competitive than the government. And government, the job that government needs to do is to define challenge and problem to solve. And the companies provide AI solutions to solve the problem, and the citizens participate in test and give feedback because the one-shot developing AI system is not possible technologically and at the same time in terms of the legal barriers. So we need to test and scale up, pilot and the scan process. So in this process, all the actors need to collaborate each other. And for the collaborative innovation, a public AI regulatory sandbox could allow the safe experimentation and policy innovation. And we, Korean is developing this kind of the sandbox for the public AI regulatory. And another dimension of how is that responsibility. Public sector AI carries high risk, accountability, fairness, and privacy, all those things. And therefore, safeguards must be stronger. And I propose that public AI impact assessment and procurement guidelines and measures to guarantee citizens' rights, such as the right to know whether the service is AI-based or the right to refuse AI-based services if they don't want, and the right to seek remedies if their rights are infringed. And the fifth dimension with what is about the infrastructure and data. And because government AI is directly influenced on the safety, rights, and the quality of services. So it is high risk and requires secure and stable infrastructure within the government. And we also need incentivize for improving data quality. And to improve the data, it always needs the budget and the people who are designated to these jobs. So we need to recognize this kind of data as the champion data so that it can be shared more widely within the government and at the same time to the private sector. And we also need to ensure the open metadata so that the public officials within the government can know where the appropriate data exists and they can make use of it. And finally, it's about the governance. Technical management alone is not enough. AI requires the strategic governance. So the key measures include a national chief AI officer under the executive branch for the strong leadership, and a control tower to coordinate the government AI transformation, and the agency level chief AI officer to coordinate to coordinate within their agency and the ethical committees. And we need the technical support team as well for the training, consulting, and shared services. So to sum up all this policy agenda, I would like to say that AI government is not just about technology. It requires people, process, data, and governance working together. And only by balancing innovation with responsibility can we build trustworthy and impactful government AI transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cho, especially for elaborating on human capital and collaborative innovation that naturally leads us to our next speaker, Ms. Alina Gutareва. Вам слово, пожалуйста.
Да, спасибо большое, было очень интересно.
Yes, indeed, it was a great pleasure to hear other panelists, and indeed this was highly important topic raised, and I would just like to bring your attention to the four aspects. You know, the first three frequently mentioned, and it draws the lion's share of attention, is the quality. First is the quality of data, garbage in, garbage out. You cannot do with the quality of data. Second is the audit mechanism. We have to be sure that AI risks are addressed, are well managed, and that the risk management is in place. And the third is building architects of trust. So black box problem goes into white box problem. There's also technical aspects, but you have to also bear with those. And fourth is what I would like to discuss with you, is the human being, you know, as the human interaction with AI. And for instance, in 2023, a grant was announced to develop AI, integrate AI into Parliament. Yeah, we are observing large-scale introduction of AI across all spheres of our lives, and no matter if we want it or not, we shouldn't be lagging behind. AI is widely used in a form of ChatGPT, naturally by regular citizens, but also by civil servants.
Due to that, certain risks and opportunities emerge. First of all, AI enhances cognitive offloading. So memory and analysis are the tasks that we are usually outsourcing to AI, which provides us with more resources that we can dedicate to more challenging tasks or more creative tasks. However, there is a risk of cognitive atrophy, as the MIT colleagues wrote in their notorious paper in 2025. And there are new decision-making patterns that are emerging due to AI. Experts say that people agree to the recommendations of AI faster if they are supported with confidence, even if there are no objective grounds for such confidence. If the AI is confident, it is most likely true, because this is a sure signal of less uncertainty when we are coordinating and communicating in human-to-human relations. Cognitive distortions also impact cognitive and behavioral. Cognitive distortions and behavioral heuristics, they are influencing the way public servants communicate with algorithms. There is also so-called automated trust towards systems, when the users can take a decision without fact-checking, which brings about new risks. In the previous session, they were members of the lower house of parliament of Kazakhstan who said that the AI bill directly provides protection or a ban on using AI in situations where there is high risks of manipulating a human being, taking advantage of their emotions and cognitive biases and behavioral heuristics. Of course, such requirements are introduced so that human thinking is not substituted, but it is to ensure that the human judgment is improved so that we go up a step in the ladder of human development. So from human AI relations, let us move back to AI versus AI. It is important to improve the data quality, audit mechanisms, and build architecture of trust. Of course, for that we need international cooperation among humans. Today there is a discourse on building a dialogue between AI and AI. The systems are being created as personalized AI systems that are collaborating among themselves. This is the topic that sounds futuristic. However, such systems are being built today, which means that we need to consider the human aspects, the cognitive and behavioral functions of a human, and design AI in such a way that it is not only favorable for people and accountable to people, but we should also consider the cognitive features of the AI users. And I hope that this discussion takes us to the path where human judgment is improved by technology and memory and thinking is better, but not substituted. Thank you so much for your attention. Wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you so much, Ms. Gutereva, for your insights about the human aspects and behavioral features in AI interaction. Thank you, dear speakers, for your speeches. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time for the Q&A session. However, let us proceed to the discussion, to the exchange. As it's been noted already, any innovation, any new solution must consider the rights and interests of citizens. Therefore, my first question goes to Ms. Saimova. Looking for the balance, what is the best way to strike the balance between technology development and protecting citizens' rights? And when we talk about the digital code of Kazakhstan, will it be able to be a trust-building tool for AI? Thank you so much, Bahet. Striking the balance is the evergreen question for all the mankind, not only the government. Sometimes we feel that we are about to strike the balance, but checks and balances are always there. Yes, we're getting better. The government is improving itself, doing its best to find the harmony in unlocking the potential it brings to the society and business community, because technology is, first of all, something that business is interested in, but it should always be aligned with the interests of the community. And we hope that the AI code we're working on will be one of the best in Central Asia. We are not the pioneers here. Kyrgyzstan has their digital code already. However, considering what's been adopted in China, EU, United States, and our neighboring countries, we will do our best to build our digital code in the closest proximity to the balance between government, society, and businesses. I would like to hear the ideas about labs and research centers that are actually the sandboxes for ideas that change entire sectors. Ms. Gutereva, the AI centers, can they be handy in enhancing international cooperation and building trust between countries and organizations? Thank you so much for your question. Yes, there are centers of the kind. For instance, I see in UK or Future of Life Institute. Those are international organizations, though based in specific countries. They work with international researchers. They are shaping the AI regulation as well as conducting research that is further used across the board. They work with UN, UNICEF, and academic organizations and companies like Meta, Google, and they're also auditing new models that are publicly visible. Establishing such organizations in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, is essential for the dialogue between countries, between structures, between organizations. I represent the educational sector, and universities are the best candidates for the dialogue hubs.
The GovTech development, and you also mentioned that in your speech. And based on your experience working with the government of Korea, and especially developing GovTech strategy, what key principles and practical lessons would you recommend for Kazakhstan and countries of our region as if they want to design their own strategy?
As we even said, that adopting the AI in public sector, could offer the efficient and proactive and the scientific administration, but at the same time, it has the risks of undermining the trust and the fairness, or those kind of things. So, and at the same time, the technical advancement is really rapid, and we don't. The uncertainty of this, the impact of this AI technology is really big. So I would say that adopting the AI in public sector is kind of the wicked problem. And to tackle with the wicked problem, it is really important to have the process of the collective intelligence and bottom-up process of the policy making. And when I ran this open policy lab and making the working group to make this policy agenda, I really keen into what people I should compose for the working group, and I really I try to mobilize these people with the expertise, but at the same time I try to maintain the representativeness of this expert group, because the policy agenda shouldn't be lean into some kind of the interest group, and and it is not just limited to my experience with the crafting this government AX agenda. In Korea, the Presidential Committee of the National AI Strategy also just took off during the September, and this committee also composed of the more than 30 people, 30 experts from the academia and the industry. So I think that, so I would recommend a bottom-up collective intelligence approach where government officials and the multidisciplinary experts work side by side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cho. Next question I would like to ask Dr. Erkul, having in mind that he has both experience as tech entrepreneur and president of the Digital Technologies Council. How do you see the role of AI and data centers in shaping the future of digital economies, let's say, across Eurasia?
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned before, the good question also, and data centers is important for AI. Not only AI business, also AI ethics, AI rules, etc. But maybe I can mention that 3 lessons in Turkey, Korea, and also Central Asia. And for example, the first lessons, if you create the good data centers business, data centers ecosystem, you need to invest in education and talent first. And also in Turkey, Korea, and Kazakhstan, and also the Central Asia, and focus on preparing the young people with strong technology skills. For example, today I saw that also in Astana Hub and also Alem AI, and actually Kazakhstan is trying to bring ecosystems, and also not only AI people, also they are trying to bring data and experts, and also the other part of the technology expert is very important. Then also second lesson, data center investment important, but infrastructure is important. If you don't have good infrastructure, it's not good, and you can build the data centers only. And also the Central Asia should focus to grow infrastructure is very important, I am thinking. And the third lesson is the importance of responsible AI. And also with the huge data centers and strong data centers, fairness and transparency must guide the use of AI, and especially Kazakhstan can build the biggest data center better than today, and also become a leader of the Central Asia. The other countries like Turkey, like Korea, etc., and work together to young talent people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, доктор Эркул. And у меня вот последний вопрос по времени, да, нам торопит уже.
This is my last question. We are tight in terms of schedule. Question for Evgeny. You mentioned Yandex projects in Russia. Is there impact of the state on the way the news is shown in the search engines? And are there any big new projects of Yandex in Kazakhstan? Yes, Bakat, we are not showing news anymore right now. If the regulation in terms of news ranking, we are not actually feeling it right now. No pressure that we feel. It's more about the way it is arranged. Let me give you an example of musical charts or book rankings or movie rankings. When I look at the top 5, for instance, I don't even know what those songs are or books are or movies are. But we are part of the society. We are in contact with our families, with our friends. We work in small teams. We are in a bubble that listens to about the same music or watching about the same movies. So when we're looking at the rankings, we are thinking that they could have been manipulated. However, we are very diverse. There could have been some manipulations with the rankings, but it's not in the ranking per se, but in the sources. In the sources of information that aggregate the data about searches. As for data projects, we launched a project in Russia on the quality of water in Baikal or volcanic ash release in Kamchatka, Kazakh-Russian snow leopard research project together with Institute of Zoology in Kazakhstan, and the new project we have presented to the head of state in Kazakhstan, the project to describe, analyze, and structure the petroglyphs that are found in the territory of Kazakhstan, which is very good for researching, dating, and conserving the cultural heritage of Kazakhstan. And it will soon be a publicly available project. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear speakers. Every country has taken its own path. There are various solutions, but there is a shared objective, a shared aspiration to make AI a tool serving people that builds trust in the society. I would like to thank again the speakers. Please let us make a group photo. And at this positive pitch, we are closing this panel session. Thank you so much again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this panel session is concluded. We would like to express our gratitude to all speakers and the moderator for such an
перемен как эффективное управление, инструмент эффективного управления. Мы обсудим, как использование мобильных данных и технологий искусственного интеллекта помогает принимать эффективные решения, вырабатывать правильные политики на основе фактов и развивать такие отрасли, как транспорт, туризм и социальные услуги. Позвольте представить участников сегодняшней дискуссии. Максат Турылбаев, руководитель Бюро национальной статистики, Агентства стратегического планирования и развития Республики Казахстан. Тревор Монро, Senior Program Manager Всемирного банка, лидер программы GDF-MPD.
Dirk Pilsis, CEO of Positio Company. Let's give a warm welcome, as well as Daniel Sejenoglu, acting chairman of national company Kazakh Tourism. So let's begin this way, and the first question goes to Maksat, as a person responsible for official public data. You come from the National Statistics Bureau, and how do you make use of such alternative data source as mobile data? Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a wonderful chance to be with you in front of this wide group of stakeholders. Before I move to the substance, yes, thank you for moving closer. I would like to tell you about the transformation reform that's ongoing at the Statistics Bureau. Now the slides are here. I would like to tell you more about the work that the National Statistics Bureau and the National Reform Bureau is doing in terms of digital transformation. As you know, timely and reliable statistics is the backbone for government public policy, transparent governance, and public trust. Today, statistics system is renowned by international institutions as compliant with international standards. The OECD, UN has done its assessment and verified the quality of our statistics that is compliant with the UN principles. And what has a symbolic meaning is that at this international forum, Digital Breach, that was held in October 2023, 2 years ago, the head of the state has underscored the importance of statistics and entrusted the National Statistics Bureau to hold a wide reform to transform it into a fully fledged digital agency. As part of this task, we are coming up with a series of measures to implement this transformation. We are holding massive wide transformation that is transforming the entire ecosystem, improving quality, promptness and reliability and accessibility of data. Transformation is done across key three areas. It's institutional, organizational measures, active usage of administrative and alternative sources, that's number two, and building analytical capacity and expanding access to data. As part of this reform, we are going for bigger, fuller automation. We're introducing computerized data collection, mobile apps. We're using price parsing. We are developing digital digest books, and it's all aimed at introducing AI for building analytical capacity and expanding cooperation with our clients in a real-time mode. Of particular importance, I would like to highlight the legal changes. In July last year, important amendments were made to the law on statistics that is building the framework for transformation of Bureau to the digital agency, transforming it into a digital agency, and sets the clear lines of strategic development. A new article was introduced to the law on the usage of administrative and alternative data for official statistics and update of statistic registers. Alternative data are provided either by owners based on the agreements signed with them, that is provided on free basis to the competent authority. Besides this, on 27th of September this year, the head of the state has adopted the amendment on the law to communication, including the access to depersonalized data and GPS for statistic purposes. This creates beautiful legal framework for introduction of mobile data into official statistics register that is compliant with the best international practices. And as part of this panel session, I would like to share with you the most promising project, in our opinion, on the use of alternative data, including GPS data. In terms of transformation, of particular importance, we see usage of data that is ensuring completeness, promptness. One of them could be mobile data, processing analysis of which, with the application of AI, can allow us to apply new high-quality approaches for socio-economic process management. What makes this project unique is the combination of digital tracing with algorithms of machine learning that allows to structure data, modeling, and to forecast tourism, migration, and transport flows in real-time mode, transforming unprocessed raw data set into a practical tool for governance. Presently, the Bureau is creating indicators using traditional sources, such as statistical observations. There are 3 of them. We're also using administrative sources, data from border services, forestry committee, wildlife, Ministry of Ecology on protected areas. However, traditional methods are having a few limitations that you well know, which is the low speed, no real-time mode, incomplete coverage, high burden on respondents. The new approach with the use of mobile data would allow us to create a reliable, trustworthy picture of the situation, but to discover some hidden patterns that cannot be detected with the help of traditional methods. This method allows us to take account of self-organized tourists that cannot be monitored and taken account of with traditional methods. It should be noted that Kazakhstan has become the first CIS country that has introduced mobile data into tourism statistics. This project is implemented with the help of Estonian company called Positium, with the support of the World Bank. It relies on international recommendations and the World Tourism Organization, and we used information from KSL from July of 2023, and we've done pilot assessment of internal flows, tourism flows, and we received an objective picture. We also received support from International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Now on this slide you see that the peak load on tourism infrastructure takes place in June and August. It coincides with vacation period and holidays in Astana. We see some surge and spikes in October, December. In March we have Nauris holidays, and in May for May holidays. In some periods we see some deep drops and dives, and that are also associated with the flash floods that took place last year in springtime, as opposed to official assembly and digest that is created once in a quarter. This mobile data can give us disaggregation by hours. It gives us principally new opportunities for analysis, forecasting, and timely reaction of government authorities for these fluctuations in tourism flows. According to official data, the number of visitors in these public places was 7.8 million people. According to the new experimental calculations, this was 14 times bigger than the official statistic information. In Alakol, according to the assessment, according to our estimate, this was 658,000, which is 2 times bigger than the official statistics claims, and it's all thanks to mobile data. The information system called ENG that includes only registered visitors in the accommodation places does not take into account short-term visitors and internal movements. That makes it insufficient to draw the full picture of flows of tourists. And the data from mobile carriers would be incorporated when analyzing migration processes on top of tourism, of course. And presently, in the absence of reliable sources, it's not possible to determine the load on tourism infrastructure and economic contributions of foreign visitors to the economy. Frequent, high frequency and reliability gives us detailed information on movement of people in real-time mode. And the roaming data would allow us to precisely see the number of foreign visitors, their traveling and movement across the country, the duration in Kazakhstan of staying in Kazakhstan. This excludes subjectivity, human errors, and inaccuracy that is typical for surveys, for questionnaires, because it's generated automatically thanks to direct measurement or digital traces, digital footprints without any distortions by human factor. Usage of data from mobile carriers when creating statistic information is a high-tech, highly progressive, fully compliant with modern trends data collection tool that should help us lower reporting workload on respondents and optimize costs for traditional monitoring to do comprehensive assessment of tourism sector in near to real-time mode. Exclude subjective mistakes associated with interviews would allow us to incorporate all categories of tourists and migrants that are not reflected in the registration system. Now, in conclusion, adding mobile data into tourism system is not just a technical project, right? It's a step forward where information becomes the cornerstone of effective governance. Our goal is not only to ensure reliable accounting of tourism flows, but create favorable conditions for its development, enhance investment attractiveness, and refining its international image. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's not only in tourism where this mobile data can be valuable for governance, but I'm sure they will find a lot of use in other sectors. Now I would like to ask Trevor Monroe, as a manager from the World Bank. We know that the World Bank is actively developing projects in mobile data. Now, in your project GDF MPD, with about this abbreviation, and what countries are participating in this project? It's a global project, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. Your mic. Microphone.
So it's my pleasure to talk about the program that helps support the Kazakhstan project and others. So we're going to get to the beginning and take two. So it's a program that's in collaboration with the World Bank, the International Telecommunications Union, and the government of Spain. The government of Spain has been a true leader in the use of mobile phone data for policy, both in its public and private sector. So the data that is generated and anonymized and aggregated every day from our mobile phone can be a powerful tool to improve statistics and policies, starting with how populations move in dynamic and real time. With that basis, you can improve transportation policies and urban planning and help give better access to jobs and economic opportunities to different groups and economic levels. From there, we see it used a lot in crisis response, including social protection programs. The data can be used to map where the most vulnerable and the poorest are in communities following a crisis, and quickly give fast social protection and cash transfers. So these are just some of the top statistical applications from mobile phone data. The tourism statistics, the dynamic population, displacement, information society, all of these have methodological guidelines that are produced by the UN Mobile Phone Task Team. These are published online and you can find them. And most of these are the methodologies in the application areas we use most often when supporting countries. So I want to just back up and give you a sense of where mobile phone data for policy has been, where we are today, and where we're heading in the future. So like a lot of technology diffusion and innovation, it follows a similar pattern where we see early adopters. You may have heard of the hype cycle or the diffusion of innovation theory. But about 15 years ago, we started seeing some top academics and researchers like Joshua Blumenstock and Marta Gonzalez start showing what can be done with mobile phone data in public policy. That followed by kind of an era of pilots, short-term projects by the World Bank, by Orange and others. And the global pandemic was really a global use case where we see a huge increase in demand for governments to understand how populations are moving in response to policies to control the pandemic. But where we want to go from here is really to institutionalize the use of this data, to not just have one-off projects or research projects, but to help countries use this every day, put it to work for policy and better statistics. We also hear this from national statistical offices. There have been several surveys that indicate mobile phone data is a priority and a growing priority in the years ahead. There are many adoption challenges. Some of them were mentioned, but there needs to be standards that emerge, safeguards to protect the use of the data, the responsible use of the data, and to establish pipelines. The World Bank, Eurostat, the UN are kind of working on ways to systematize the use of this data. What was really missing was the funding at a level that could support programmatic activities, not just research pilots. And the World Bank, by the way, is doing a lot more funding in integrated data systems and public data infrastructure. But the Global Data Facility was built really following the pandemic. We partnered with ITU and the government of Spain and developed this cohort support program. So we have two pillars. We have an operations pillar. We work with different parts of the World Bank, including the digital development practice and the poverty practice and the research side, to deliver programmatic support. So this is funding over a 2-year period so that countries can do several activities to operationalize this data. We also have a foundations training program where we bring all the countries in our cohorts. I'll get into those in a second, but to 4-day workshops to start off to begin their planning. We then have online training programs for practitioners and also more technical tracks. So all the countries get the benefit of this kind of core foundational training. Everything that we do, from the training to the templates to the diagnostic tools, they're available online, and you can find those on the World Bank's repository. We also have a research pillar, which is led by our impact evaluation group. They do this in collaboration with some of the leading academics in mobile phone data, and they work on the innovations and methods at scale. So I want to just take a time and talk about where the road so far in developing the program. This is a global program, and there are plenty of actors working at the global level. And we wanted to make sure we were on the same page. So we were all part of the UN Mobile Phone Task Team, and we started to develop the strategy. We had our common frameworks. We developed a theory of change together. We developed a mobile phone data country maturity assessment framework, all of our training curriculum, all of our content. We spent some time up front, and this is with the ITU, this is with different parts of the World Bank, this is with technical service providers like Positium, like Nomen, like Flowminder and the University of Tokyo. And this this kind of thinking slow, this period of thinking slow together, co-developing the frameworks and the tools, help us to move fast now. And that is exactly what we're doing. About a year ago, July 24, a little over a year ago, we launched our first window and selected 18 countries. This summer, we launched our second window. So now those countries are really kind of thinking slow at first to think, you know, not Kazakhstan, but your typical country are working together, and there's a lot of challenges to get the data owners, the mobile network operators working together, the users of the data, which are primarily the ministries, the National Statistics Office, other organizations, and the regulators, so the security, the data protection agencies, and the telco regulators, ICT regulators. This is very, very important to get all these players working together. And when I said not Kazakhstan, I mean Kazakhstan is actually exceptional. They're working very fast, and all of these players are working very successfully, very impressively together. But this is generally what the journey looks like, starting at the bottom. You have basic, pre-foundation countries. So Kazakhstan, not even a year ago, was in this pre-foundation category, meaning they're just getting the conversation started, even though they may have been thinking about this for a while. But they had a pre-foundation grant. They conduct their maturity assessment to understand, where they're at as far as terms of talent and infrastructure and mobile phone data. They developed the partnerships. They very quickly, I think within November or December, they had agreements for the memorandums of understanding. Often there are other agreements like data access arrangements, licensing agreements, service level agreements. But these take time, and Kazakhstan did it very fast. You need to provision the infrastructure, the data processing infrastructure. There needs to be capacity in the local data system to process the data, to develop the algorithms. And there are usually one or two use cases. When a country gets to that first use case and they're doing that consistently, that's kind of at the practitioner level. So pre-foundation, foundation, practitioner. Kazakhstan is fast moving to practitioner, and they're heading in the direction of expert, which means not just one use case, but multiple use cases. So tourism, possibly migration and beyond, and multiple operators. So not just one operator in the pipeline, but a durable pipeline with 2, 3, several operators. So all this happens usually over the course of 2 years and beyond. And like I mentioned, there is the possibility of other grants and other lending programs to fund digital public infrastructure and national data systems. So we just have the two cohorts that are in motion right now, the first cohort and the second cohort. We do plan to have another cohort in the next couple of years. And our goal by 2030 is to get 20 countries that are durably using this data, meaning they have the governance arrangements, they have the technical pipelines in place to use this on a consistent basis. So this is just a snapshot of our first cohort, which has 18 country teams. They're almost a year into the implementation period. Kazakhstan is part of this first cohort. You can see that we're working globally across Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And the policy application areas tend to be transport, tourism, dynamic population, migration, and disaster response. Our second cohort consists of the 16 country teams in the South African Development Community. And that cohort is just now kind of launching their activities. We had the launch workshop in May. Now they're developed their work plans and they're receiving their grants, which they'll implement over the course of a couple years. So just a few more slides. I want to mention a few things on AI and mobile phone data, since this is an AI-focused conference. But there's a lot of these sessions that are talking about the importance of data. And I want to emphasize that, yeah, we're living in AI models and big foundation models that need big data, but survey data, which is well sampled, right? Where we know the standard errors. It is very representative. It is very fit for purpose. And in this video here, it's It's a metaphor for those three adult players in blue can quickly and effectively move the ball downfield. So those are kind of surveys. But the problem with surveys is sometimes, like census and big surveys, they're costly, they have lags, and there are data gaps. Whereas big data, it's always on. It's may not be representative. There may be biases in the data depending on the technology. So those things need to be dealt with. And I love this quote by Matthew Salganik. He wrote a book, Bit by Bit. He's a great academic at the frontier of kind of big data research and AI research. But his quote is, big data increases the value of survey data. And the point, I think, as we go forward of the course next years and decades ahead is really to get these two data sources to complement each other more effectively. And then there are different strategies for how you do surveys if you know you can have confidence in the data that you're getting from big data and alternative sources. And to use the surveys to calibrate and train the algorithms so that if you can do this successfully, and it takes teams to do this, you get more robust, more cost-effective, more timely, and more granular, high-resolution statistics than either survey data or big data on its own. So this begs the question that we really need more integrated national data systems. Just like Kazakhstan is doing, they're doing the playbook where the National Statistics Office is working with the regulators, working with the private sector, working with other ministries like tourism. So that's the bedrock. They get their governance arrangements in place. They learn how to work with private sector data. And these are kind of evolving roles. The National Statistics Office and other parts of governments will have their traditional functions, but I believe also be intermediaries to private sector data like mobile phone data. And I wanted to make one point. I do host an AI conference, and about a year ago we invited a couple speakers from MIT, Aravind Naravayan and Sayesh Kapoor. They wrote a book on AI called AI is Normal Technology, AI Snake Oil. They have a newsletter. But one thing that I like about them is it kind of follows that AI is normal technology. So there's an adoption path. It takes some time to institutionalize the use of AI, and there's human constraints, there's organizational constraints that have to be addressed to use it effectively. Yes, we're going to see transformative things. We're seeing it every day. But it's one thing to have AI help diagnose a patient. It's another to consistently get that diagnosis put into practice in a health system. So that's really what needs to probably happen with a lot of AI, and certainly it needs to happen in the use of mobile phone data and AI. And policymakers can promote equitable diffusion, resilience, and adoption, really support the adoption of technology. I mentioned you can get everything that we do with the program online, all of our content, our diagnostic tools, methodologies, use cases, and just the final points, parting thoughts. The data revolution, AI revolution is happening very fast. Institutions, organizations, businesses really need, most of them will need a steady evolution to adopt AI and to adopt this. And public-private partnerships are the key to making this work toward integrated national data systems. Our program had to work together with organizations like Positium, through UN bodies, with the ITU. Countries need to work together with national statistical offices, the private sector, the regulators, and the ministries to get there. If you have any questions, I'll be around later, or you can email that address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Data enrichment in the environment where we are supported by the government, and there is a pronounced AI strategy with a partner like World Bank, we can become the leaders in our region. So my question is, from the perspective of international guidelines and standards for building statistical information, how mobile data can be used, mobile phone data can be used?
So I think the question was how mobile phone data can be used. The first thing is responsibly making sure it's anonymized and aggregated, and that you are working in conversation with the Data Protection Authority to make sure privacy is protected. And the application areas that we are working on most tend to be, tourism is actually a good starter one. A lot of countries start with tourism. Our second cohort, I think 4 out of the 6 countries are working on tourism. Our first cohort, I think we have 4 countries working on tourism. Dynamic population, just understanding how populations move, is a general use case that helps a lot of different policies. And then information society is a methodology developed by the International Telecommunications Union that helps measure connectivity. So those are a few, and I've put the rest in transport plus crisis response, where mobile phone data can be used most effectively for public policy.
Thank you. And the next question addressed to Gert. To Gertu, you are the company that has a lot of experience in using mobile phone data in various countries. Could you share your experience and the key use cases that could be applicable to our projects that we're implementing?
My name is Kertu Pilsas. I'm from an Estonian company called Positium. It's my pleasure to be here. I was asked to give you some examples on how this data has been used in all over the world for smarter decision making. So to start with, we really do see this data as a gold mine, because nowadays the mobile networks, they do cover almost 100% of every country, and people are always connected, leaving traces of their whereabouts to mobile network operators' databases. And this is why MPD is potentially the best source if you want to understand where people are, where they move, where they live, and so on. What we do is we take this data and we process it with the methodologies and algorithms we have developed over the years to make sure that it ends up in something that is meaningful statistics for the decision makers. So let's imagine that this is a close-up of Astana city. So the whole city is divided into 100-meter grids, and for every grid you are able to see how many people are present there every hour, how do they divide into locals and foreigners, how many of them are residents, how many are just visiting, how many are working in this specific location, how long do they stay there, and so on. And this is kind of the base statistics that we mostly use in 3 different domains: tourism, population, and mobility. I'm going to show you some examples. So first is tourism. It's something that Kazakhstan also started with. And they learned the main benefits of mobile positioning data right away. So first of them is the coverage. Almost everyone is covered in mobile positioning data. So when you compare it with accommodation data, for example, then in MPD you can also find the one-day visitors. The second is the granularity. So again, if you compare it with border statistics, for example, then you would only see when and where people enter and exit the country, but you don't know anything else about what they do inside the country. And with MPD, this is unlocked. You will see how they are moving around in the country, which attractions they visit, which places they go together, and so on. And once this is unlocked, the governments can use this to move from gut feeling to data-driven decisions. One example from Lithuania is that the local tourism board is using the data to generate joint marketing campaigns for specific target markets based on how the tourists from these markets are visiting the country, which are their journeys, which places they visit together, and so on. Another growing topic under tourism is the event visitation analysis. When Indonesia hosted the Asian Games, then they wanted to know how the Asian Games visitors visit Indonesia in general. Where do they go before the event? Where do they go after? How much time they spent in each location? Why they have to do it is to measure the economic impact of these major events, and the same could easily be done for Kazakhstan, be it the Backstreet Boys concert that you just had here a couple of weeks ago, or the very same digital breach. From here we get to population data. Not very visible here, but first example from census, and why national statistical offices use MPD for census purposes is that the traditional methods, for example, door-to-door survey, it's expensive, registers might lack some information. So here's an example from a country that we just recently helped with register-based census. And when they started with it, they had the home locations missing for half of the population. So they integrated MPD into their census, and the result was that they were able to find the home locations for 90% of the people. So that's quite a big increase in the quality as well. What else can you do with population data is to understand how people are moving inside a country, how they are changing their place of residence. So how some cities are losing people, how some cities are growing more and more. And with this knowledge, it's possible to plan the infrastructure, plan the social services and everything in a way that it matches the needs of the people living in these areas. In addition, when you combine it with the locations of different public services, be it the schools, kindergartens, the hospitals, you are able to understand which of those places, or in which of those places the population is nicely covered by the services offered, and in which places you have a deficit of different kind of services. So when you have to build a new school, a new hospital, then when you combine the location data and the MPD data, it will give you the places where the most logical locations would be, without creating extra commuting hassle for people. And here we get to mobility statistics. So we have been talking a lot about home locations, but in addition to this, you can find work locations, other meaningful places that people visit. And just between these, you are able to generate origin-destination matrices, and you can assess how many people are commuting on a daily basis for their needs. For example, how many live here and work here, and vice versa as well. And this input, again, is used for any kind of transportation planning. It's an example from our own home city, Tartu, in Estonia. And there the issue was that the public transportation network was outdated. So people started choosing cars over buses and creating a little bit of traffic jams. So what the city government did was that they took the location data of the people's homes and their workplaces and the main commuting between these, and they redesigned the public transportation network in a way that it would actually meet the needs of the citizens. As a result, they are spending the exact same budget that they spent before, but the public transportation network now is so much better that the ridership has increased by 20%. So a simple logic change actually brought the people back from cars to buses. And you can get, or you can go much more granular than that. Again, when you combine this data with other data sources, in this example, it has been combined with traffic counter data. And when you do that, it is possible to estimate traffic for every road and every small road section in a country. And how this is used, again, to make smarter investment decisions, which roads need to be maintained, which is higher priority, where to build new roads, and so on. So to sum it up, once you get to know where people live, where they move, and where they spend time, it's kind of like knowing the society's DNA. And based on this, you are able to make better, faster, and more reliable decisions. Kazakhstan has started with tourism, but we see that this is only the beginning of a nice journey. So, thank you.
Герту, спасибо большое за 15.
Thank you so much, Gertu. We can see that there is great expertise in this 15 years in the area of tourism. So my next question goes to Daniel. You are the end user of this MPD. So could you share your vision how it can be applied in Kazakhstan based on the international experience and the experience of our partners?
Indeed, we are a beneficiary, so the one who is using this type of data, and we're lucky that our statistic bureau is so advanced and so open because we need it indeed. I just like to share with you how it was and how it is. With your permission, Dmitry, let me just do a small interview. How many foreigners do we have in the hall? Okay, if you could please raise your hand. So how does this statistic work? So how does this work? Our foreign guests have arrived and have crossed the border, and this is registered as a visit. We call it in statistic as arrival, right? Now the next step is the movement to the hotel, checking in at the hotel, and it's registered as a serviced tourist. So two numbers. Last year we were visited by 15 millions of foreign citizens. Slightly lower than 10 million, but with taking into account some repetitive visits, there were 15 million visitors, and 10 of them remained in the country for more than 1 day. While at the hotel, according to our data, there were 1.5 million visitors registered. So where are the rest? 8.5 million, you know, it's inadequate. We need to show it to our investors, you know, what is the concentration, what is the flow of tourists, so that they could, based on the traffic, could build a hotel, you know, or another facility, you know, where we tend to develop our tourism. I have a following question. Do we have visitors from other cities, not foreign national, but visitors from other cities? Yes, we have a few. You are also deemed to be a tourist. It's not like a person with a camera and a backpack running around Astana. No, a tourist is a person who comes from his permanent place of residence to another one, not for business, not for work. The fact that you have come here to Digital Bridge is that you're a business tourist. Someone has registered at the hotel, someone is using transport, you're eating here, so you're leaving a digital footprint, right? Last year we had 10 million internal tourists, right? Just like we said before, if you compare it with mobile data, it's a 10-time gap. So there were 10 million trips, which is, it shouldn't surprise you, you know, because we are followers of nomads, you know, and we can, yes, we do so many trips. Why is that important? It's important for accurate planning of tourism. You remember this summer in Balkhash we were running out of gasoline because you saw statistics. 500,000 against 100,000. What is mobile data? It's the movement of a user. You came from Karaganda to here, and it's registered from the base station in Karaganda. You got registered here, you know, and that's it is at odds from your regular pattern of movement or your regular commute home to office. It's depersonalized. It's not personal. We don't see you exactly personally, but we see just the summary of data, and we then are better able to understand where the road is needed, where the hotel is needed, because it's a digital world. It allows us to plan it this way, and I'm delighted to see that our agency for national statistics is already applying this instrument, because it gives us ample opportunities for planning of infrastructure, for attraction of investors, because this data is invaluable. You know, you cannot overestimate, because the business tend to co-locate with the traffic. You know, and we can show that here is where the traffic is, here is where the traffic is, and it will be a lot easier to invite international brands, hotels, chain of restaurants, and so on. So I hope I managed to put my message across. Another question for you, Daniel. Can mobile data help you manage things in real time? Oh yes, indeed. Oh yes, absolutely. I gave you the case with the such resort place as Balkhash Lake, 100,000 versus 500,000, or Alakol Lake, officially 200,000, while the actual number was more than 600,000, so it's more than double the official. Or Borabai, 350,000, while the actual is 1.5 million. You know, you can imagine. So then we promptly, along with our partner, can plan so that there was no gasoline out of stock, so that there was enough beds, you know, in hotels, accommodation, because our resorts are quite remote in the rural area, you know, and medical services, security services are not designed to accommodate this dynamic growth. Kabanbaya village has only 3,000 residents, and then during high season they see 30,000 a day arriving. So the healthcare is not matching up the demand, you know. So for real-time management, it's highly valuable. Okay, let's leave Q&A for a later period, because we still have our agenda that we have to stick to. And yeah, or you can discuss it outside the meeting. Because Daniel is in Kazakhstan and is always available. He's always here. He's always around. So I have a following question for Gertu Pilsas. If we are introducing such programs, such alternative methods of data usage, what practical steps should we undertake in Kazakhstan to implement such, to introduce such products and new services? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, how we see it is that the main things that you have to have in place is, first of all, the legal basis, how you get to the data, how you make sure that the privacy is protected and the trust is there within all the stakeholders. The second is the administrative and also technical. Who are the parties involved? In this case, it's the BNS, ICC, the mobile network operators, and so on. So what is the role for each of those participants? The third is the methodology and the quality that you bring into this process. What it means is that it really makes sense to look for what other countries have been doing, to learn from them, to involve international experts, talk to World Bank, talk to us, and so on. The fourth is to have the stakeholders together with you. For example, here the Kazakh tourism, to talk very actively with them, to understand where their needs are. And the last 2 points usually are taken too easily, I would say. But here in Kazakhstan, what we have seen is that You are like this textbook example, going through all the stages in the right way, and I'm pretty sure that this has been the key to your success so far and will also be so in the future.
Well, thank you very much. Fair enough. All these measures, they are manageable. You can pull that off. However, how this could be organized. And therefore, I have a following question for you, Maksat. What are the risks that you think are on the way of mobile data usage in our country? Yes, thank you very much indeed. As it was well captured, we began this last year along with our partner from the World Bank and the Positive company from Estonia. Over this period of time, they weren't necessarily risks, but there were challenges in front of us that we had to deal with. We had to receive data from mobile operators, ensure confidentiality, security of personal data that this mobile operators holding, and elaborate a methodology that will be compliant with international standards. In fact, we have managed with this. We managed to deal with this task. Amendments were made to the law. Just 27th of September, a few days ago, the president signed these amendments to the law on communication. We need to come up with separate rules to make this data depersonalized, coming from all cellular operators. The data that we have received was just a sample, and based on that we came up with a methodology, and I did an experimental calculation, and now starting from next year we're going to receive full data from all three cellular mobile operators, or carrier if you like, and that are operating in Kazakhstan, and elaborate these rules, do these calculations, and then to start using them, start applying them in official statistics. Well, they're certainly highly attractive, not only for tourism but also for migration and so on. And later we can replace our expensive census procedures by this data, maybe compare it, contrast it, reconcile it against the traditional source of data against the mobile data. So ample opportunities, and it's highly useful and should boost the effectiveness of governance. Thank you, dear Maksat, and we have a couple of minutes. Daniel, if you don't mind, let me give the floor to this lady. She was really desperate. I cannot.
Is it possible to use these data for businesses? For example, I would like to open a new shop, and I would like to open in a place where is more people going. So is it possible to use for businesses, for just people, all of these data? Thank you.
Basically, this the same logic as I showed with public services. Usually, the question comes down to how will you have access to the data, and once the statistical office here publishes it, then it should be accessible to the private businesses as well.
Okay, I'll continue in Russian.
It just seems to be unclear. It's unclear for me how would that work practically. Well, we were discussing governance. It's great, but how will business get access and make use of this unique opportunity? Well, it's a great question. We are still thinking and negotiating with issues with the mobile operator so that the data were transferred to us for free, but for statistic purposes, it means that for macro economy, right? For the level of regions, some resort areas and so on. As for business, small business, some mobile operators along with quasi-public could monetize it, and maybe just let you buy this information for private business. I mean, sky is the only limit here. So we'll probably come up with some ideas and share this tips and methodologies, including for mobile operators. Maybe that on paid basis they can provide you with these services. We're running out of time, and in conclusion I would like to thank our participants for this highly informative session. We saw and made sure that mobile data is not just a tool, but it's a great language for communication between government and business that is there to help you make a decision. We have considered multiple use cases in tourism. Kazakhstan is a vast and a beautiful country with untapped tourism potential, and I'm sure that these new methods and innovations that are coming our way, and with our step towards AI development, we should help not only develop tourism but many other sectors, right? And to Statistics Bureau will get new services, including maybe regulators and so on. I'm sure that we will be at the forefront, on the front line. So speakers will still be around. No one is running away. You can still find them, approach them during the coffee break. And I wish the best of luck to everyone in networking and your business. Thank you.
This panel session has now concluded.
Women.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Marc Lemine. I'm a French consultant specialized in space technology and innovation. And I must say it's my very first time here in Kazakhstan, in beautiful Astana. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm even more happy to moderate this special panel on what I call AI for the final frontier, so AI for space technologies. So today we have three great panelists with us. We have Amanat Umbetbayev, we have Vasily Leonov, and we have Darius Kuliesius. So I will ask every one of our panelists just to present themselves very shortly and present their activity in space, what they're doing, because it's a little bit different from all the other sessions today during this conference.
Thank you very much, dear guests. My name is Amanat. I'm working in a national company, KJS, Space Technologies. It's 100% state-owned enterprise, and we are working we have full ecosystem. That's from the designing and production, the satellite, up to the getting the telemetry and managing the satellites, and also we are doing analytics on the base of Earth remote sensing data and providing the inside the Kazakhstan in 49 directions of the sectors of economy. We were providing the services and also actively participating in all governmental programs, especially in agriculture, ecological, water resource, mining, etc., etc. Thank you very much. Hopefully you will join our session.
Hello everyone, my name is Vasily Leonov. I'm a deputy chairman of Republican Center of Space Communication. Our company is an operator of national satellite system, geostationary satellite system called KASAT, and we are responsible for satellite connectivity, satellite channels for Kazakhstani governmental bodies, for our telecom operators. The national television and also direct-to-home television, such as Almaty, they implemented using our satellites. And also we are bringing connectivity to the rural villages, rural areas of Kazakhstan, such as public Wi-Fi hotspots in small villages. We also fully owned by the government and help our ministry to realize, to implement some digital projects.
Good day to everyone. I am Darius. I came from Lithuania. So I am really pleased to be here in Astana and participate in this session. I represent the national regulator. I'm deputy chair. We are regulating, not only regulating and licensing, not only satellite services, but we are very much in digital services. In Europe, we have Digital Act, Digital Artificial Intelligence Act, which we regulate digital services. So from this legal and regular perspective, I think we will have really interesting debate, sharing European and Central Asian practices. Also, I'm here not alone. Together with me is my colleague Paulus. He is officer in the field from the project Team of Europe. So any questions after the panel sessions you would wish to elaborate, so welcome to meet and be in contact with Paulus. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So to summarize, and you will tell me if I'm wrong, so Amanat, you are mostly focused on Earth observation. Earth observation is all the nice pictures from the Earth that you see, they are not only nice, but they can be used for many applications. Vasily, you are mostly focused on telecommunications, I guess. And then we have Darius, which is on the regulatory side, excuse me, which is very important in our space industry. So the panel is about AI for the final frontier, and we will address 5 different subjects. The first one will be a general overview of how AI is used in space technologies. The second aspect is specific applications of AI. The third one will be cyber security with or without AI in space. The fourth one will be the challenges of AI in space, if there are any specific challenges. And the last one will be, the last topic will be about the future of AI in space. So let's start right away with, generally speaking, is AI widely used today in space or not? And if it is, what is the main application? Because we have seen that AI today is used everywhere on Earth, but is it the case in space as well? Who wants to take this one?
Let me start. I think you see the process of making any services using the space is the thing that you, first of all, put the satellite in outer space, and then you are managing the control of this satellite. And the satellite is not just a simple thing, it's very complicated radio-technical device, which have a lot of different subsystems, such as control system, terminal system, engines, and so on, energy. And it's very, very important to have all the knowledges about the satellite on ground. So you're receiving such called data called telemetry data. For example, one CASAT satellite generating about 7,000 telemetry parameters. It means that there's a big task to process all this data on ground and to make a decision if the satellite itself or exact subsystem work properly, and to find the trends if you will have potential anomaly in the closest future. So it's not a simple task, and right now there is already examples when AI, first of all, implemented in a on-ground software for satellite control. And because when you have one satellite, it's 7,000 parameters. You have two satellites, it's twice bigger. But let's imagine the constellation. Right now, we can see non-geo constellation, which consists of thousands of the satellites. So it's to process all the telemetry data using just knowledges of the engineers is impossible. So of course there's an automated system, and now they use already some neural networks and artificial intelligence helping to process, to store, to process all this data, and helps for the engineers who control the satellites make a decision if everything is good or there is some anomalies or there is a potential anomalies to find out the trends of equipment activity in space. So, and there is already examples of such systems which helps to managing control of satellite constellations using artificial intelligence.
So, add something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's like what right now my colleague was telling is that before getting the artificial intelligence, we have to sum all the data and regulate with real intelligence, with human intelligence. But artificial intelligence actually in space is no longer an experiment, as we know everybody. And on the research side, okay, the AI is widely used already by processing the massive data sets, but the main issue is we have to get a big data for that. For example, there are a lot of examples. For example, the Mars Perseverance rover that NASA sent in 2021. It's actually an auto-navigation system, uses the AI to navigate the system autonomously across the Martian terrain, reducing reliance on Earth-based commands and accelerating the mission timelines. Also, the Earth observation satellites, for example. AI is applied for land use classification. Okay, it's on the ground, but when you have a lot of data of Earth remote sensing satellites, in this case, you can apply the mathematical algorithm in order to find out something. This is actually a common way at the moment. And at the moment, it's widely used in different sections, like climate changing mentoring. AI identifies long-term trends in ice cover, desertification, greenhouse gas emissions, etc. Disaster response. Nowadays it's really possible to near real-time monitoring of flood mapping, for example, or some kind of fire detection. Also, in agriculture section, they're optimizing the irrigation, detecting the crop assets and stress, forecasting the yields. One of good example is our company already integrated the AI system in the agriculture sector, so we can already identify through AI the sowing period, the land plot is sowed or not. And also we are identifying right now, we already included the AI for identifying the violation in the forest monitoring sector, so deforestation stages. So if before the real intelligence identified per year, for example, 2,500 violations, now the artificial intelligence identifies per month about more than 2,500 violations. So such kind of cases we have a lot. Thank you.
I will do also short intervention. So talking about general overview about AI in the space, I would describe that current status is as a mixture between maturity and experimentation. And on the side of maturity, Amanat already described and presented examples which are already mission critical in the space. So, for example, Lithuania, in my country, we started space activities and building space satellites 10 years ago. And the first applications were about Earth observation. So after the 10 years, now we see the most common applications are about security, about communication, about quantum technologies, about Internet of Things. So we are saying that new space era started with evolution of small satellites, when the typical size and mass of satellites were significantly dropped, and we now have big possibilities to not only on this critical missions that was presented, but also work on the experimental applications where, for example, human health is on central, because we're dreaming about traveling deep into the space, but it's dangerous for human health, and how to solve this problem, I think maybe will be the next question, and we can talk about it more. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your feedback. So I understand from what you are saying that AI is already widely used, so on an operational basis. But as you just said, in my understanding, AI is mostly used still on the Earth to process massive amounts of data, EO data or telecommunication data. So just to an example that I found out yesterday, you mentioned the telemetry, but I found out that OneWeb sends every day 55 billion lines of telemetry. Nobody can go through everything and check all the data. And Planet, which is a NEO constellation, they are sending every day 10 terabytes of images. So how can you process this amount of data without without AI? And in fact, everyone is using AI to do this. I can understand that. And on the other hand, I understand also that for AI really in space, AI in satellites or AI on robots, exploratory missions, this is it's still under development. Am I correct here? Okay, so it's something that we'll explore a little bit further on, and just to go back to the drivers. So the massive amount of data to process is one driver of using AI. Do you see other drivers that make the use of AI indispensable in the space industry? Or is it the major driver here?
So from our side, the main drivers behind the AI adoption in space would be, or are already, the big data processing, as you said already. It's mean that human analysis alone can't keep up with the volume of the EO or astrophysical data. Secondly, it would be autonomy. It's mean that missions beyond Earth require AI for real-time decisions due to communication delays or some other issues. And of course, it could be the cost optimization, that AI reduced operational data processing cost. Mission safety, it's predictive maintenance, collision avoidance, and or some anomaly detection. It would be very useful. Enhanced capabilities, it's mean that enabling the entirely new ways of discovery, like detecting some exoplanets through AI-based analysis of flight curves or some kind of anomalies or some kind of new things which can come out with that. So that could be the main drivers that could be adopted AI in space. Thank you.
I agree with Amanat. He mentioned that AI can help us to make activity in space more autonomous. For example, right now, when we control the satellites, geostationary satellites, the period of autonomous work can be 1 day, can be 2 days. For us, our own experience using only automate algorithms, we can reach 2 weeks of autonomous work. But if we thinking of using AI, we can optimize the functioning of the satellite such a way that it will receive all the necessary data from ballistic flight dynamics data from GPS satellites, for example. Recalculate all the necessary forecast data itself using all the new input information from the Earth, and we can reach maybe months of autonomous work of the satellites of some specific missions in space exploration. This is one aspect I wanted to mention. The second one, of course, you already mentioned about the cybersecurity. The space infrastructure, in my case, it's a telecom infrastructure. You know, it's very critical for every country, for all the countries. Telecom infrastructure is very critical, because if we lose it, we lose the connectivity. It can be a big disaster. So AI algorithms helps to improve the security of the satellite links, communication links, telemetry and control links, make it more efficient, and it will make an impossible way to someone who can, for example, catch the satellite. Yeah? So I believe these two ways of using AI are very promising. I mean, on board. And I believe there will be more new applications with using AI.
A couple of examples from my side. We are in Lithuania really proud that we launched 45 satellites during these last 10 years, and these satellites are operating in 35 different countries. And our Lithuanian companies already built satellites with AI solutions on board, which also, like our colleagues mentioned, already doing some kind of automatic and some kind of value when they remove clouds, they compress imagery on the board of the satellite. It means that only clear and valuable data are moving down to the earth. You are saving time, you are saving bandwidth. Also, another companies, they are working on the eyes and ears for satellites. It's AI platforms for autonomous maneuvering when you need to make decisions. It's really crucial for future self-servicing in the space. But a couple of things which was not mentioned, I also agree with cybersecurity, that it's also a component very efficient with AI in the protecting space systems. Spectrum management, because with the help of AI and space technologies, we can solve raising issue and raising problem with signal interference in the digital square, digital world, because with assistance of AI we can analyze huge data and mostly in real time to identify the source, the location of interference, and to react with some kind of algorithms to this issue. And the last one thing, we all know about 6G. And 6G as a standard comes very quickly in 2030. And inside the standard space services and artificial intelligence is a part of the model. It means that AI will be enabler for global network from private and public communication on the ground and the space, which will provide ubiquitous connectivity to all the 2.7 billion people in the world who are not connected to internet yet.
Okay, thank you very much for these great examples. So not only is AI used everywhere on Earth, it's used everywhere in space as well. This is what I understand now. But I have another question, because you mentioned earlier on critical missions. And in my mind, we all know that large language models like ChatGPT or others, they have a tendency to hallucinate. So you are not sure that the results of the AI, that the output is always correct. And in the space industry, the engineers, they love when it's not 99%, but when it's 100%. So they must be sure that they have the correct response. So how do you handle this in the space industry? How do you make sure that AI will give you the right answer?
Yeah, it's again, as I said before, it depends from your big data and also your experience. For example, in our case, we almost spent about 6 or 8 months for that. And of course, we had at the beginning we had to try it with the already existed data. Here, for example, we give to this algorithm, we gave him our already done works, for example, already on the base of which satellite data we did it before by hand. And then there's very important is the mathematical algorithm. And we put our business processes on it, it should be, and also we had to keep the standards, for example, from Agriculture Ministry or some other ministries that is already given some kind of theoretical and also scientific fundamental things. And afterwards, first of all, we checked, for example, in not so big area, but we checked how it gives the results. Of course, at the beginning, it didn't give us 100%. It was even than 40%, for example. And then when we saw that the machine came about to get 80%, and after that, we began to integrate it to whole system, step by step. But when the machine will get immediately a lot of data, access to a lot of data, and then he will get back, the percentage of its reliance comes down, for example, for 45% or something like that. Afterwards, time to time, the machine, it depends also on the code, so if it's very good made machine, then it's increasing. For example, right now, in the forest monitoring section, we didn't get 100% yet. We got about 78, 84 percentage. And also we already began to give this information to appropriate governmental authorities. And of course, if there were some mistakes, we changed this kind of area and gave to the machine, for example, new information about new cases, because in our territory is so big that we have difficult tropical things and also climate things. So we have to accept all of these changes. And at the end, for example, what is one good thing is that the machine works all the time, and it works even at night when we are sleeping. And when we come at the morning to work, they already give some kind of information on the screen, but machine knows that we had some kind of comments, for example, on some kind of cases. In this case, machine gives, for example, yellow or red sign on it. It means that our engineers have to check it again, these areas, and they recheck it, and then if it's okay, it becomes green. If not, it becomes to red. So we have to help to this machine in order to get the 100% result. But the green zones, our engineers even didn't see it because machine is already giving it, and of course it's already checked the information. So in this regard, I think of course it's very important to get the 100% result, the clearance, etc. But in order to get to this 100%, also as a human, we have to work a lot. It doesn't work in this way that, you found some algorithm, just push it to the system, and then he should work as it is. No, we have to work in order to get good results. Thank you.
It's a matter of time and training.
Yeah, especially in space section, it needs a time. I think in other section too, because it depends on the data and also how big is your data on this or another territory. Because if you have, for example, only 5 or 6, for example, the Earth remote sensing images, for example, it doesn't give you anything, because machine has to learn. Even he has to know how it could become the tree, how it becomes yellow or green, or how it looks like in the winter time or after the deforestation time, etc., etc. All these issues. Because of that, he makes a big analytics on it. So, thank you.
Yeah, it will be not easy to give some comments after such a great answer of Amanat, but I wanted to notice that you are asking fundamental question, of AI, if we can give the AI make a decision. So I think it depends. In space, my opinion, we can divide it on 2 parts. First is the services, which we are making using the satellite technologies. Image processing, even making a satellite connectivity channels. We have a accuracy of giving the services. So if the needed accuracy is 80%, we can give a chance to AI make some decision on it. Even communication channels, they allow us to make some small interruptions. SLA always contains such possibility. So I think in the field of making services with the satellite technologies, we can work with AI algorithms and having a lot of experience and a lot of statistics. We can allow AI to make some decisions. But when we saying about the satellite control, spacecraft control, especially human space, I think that AI will still remain as a good tool. It will help us to process the data, to find the trends, to make a forecast of equipment activity, of satellite activity, spacecraft activity, but still the decision should stay by the specialists. That's my opinion.
Mark, to answer to your question shortly, maybe, I want to bring an example from Lithuania and Europe, how to manage this kind of risk. So what we are doing, we are establishing a regulatory sandbox. And this regulatory sandbox, it also has the purpose not just to identify the risks, but also to support the innovation. And why do we need for such kind of regulatory sandboxes? So all we know that AI is really powerful, but at the same time is risky, and especially in safety areas like communication, like transport, like navigation. And when we are working together from the beginning with innovators, there is a big advantage to identify all the risks from the beginning and to do the outcome that the compliance to all the requirements will be after this sandbox process finished. It means that we establish the setup of institutions involved in this activity, like our office, like cybersecurity agency, like data protection agency. We establish the technical environment, which means controlled environment with data lakes, national data lakes, where we provide really good quality of data and also talents who could do some tests and supervise the process from the beginning to the end, and together document, together solve the problems, and be sure that when the product and the service and the system is in the sky, that it is safe and it is big value for all the stakeholders. This is under the framework of EU Act, and this is the obligatory to all the countries to establish such kind of sandboxes. This is a good practice example, and I think it could be scalable in Central Asia countries as well. We are welcome to because we are just in the process to finalize it and to start working on that.
Okay, so the next question is either for Amanat or Vasily. So do you have something similar here in Kazakhstan or not? Because you know that in Europe we love regulation. So is it the same here?
We do have also a lot of regulations.
Something for AI also? Or?
Hopefully, right now our ministry is forwarding the digital code of Kazakhstan, and if it will be taken into account and it will be signed, for example, and realized in Kazakhstan, and then we all will follow the digital code of Kazakhstan.
Okay.
So it will be the main act, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, as you know, the president of our country pays a very great attention to AI development, and actually in each question. I'm not very familiar with the AI regulatory in Kazakhstan, but as I know, in space, how we always, Amanat, me, our company is always involved in making regulation in space, in telecom. So we know our approach is to study all the possible aspects and take into account international experience, and then making the most effective decisions and put it in regulatory.
Okay, thank you. So let's get back to a little bit to cybersecurity in space. So we already started exchanging on this, but just for the clarity and for the audience, maybe can you share some examples of a cybersecurity threat in space? Because we all know the risk on the internet and so on, but in space, what are the risks and are there examples of cyber attacks in space?
Well, the examples are very simple, actually. First of all, every owner of the satellite aware of losing the satellite. It can be a malfunction, it can be some disaster, but also it can be security question. I mean, control of the satellite is just a radio link. Radio link, it should be secured. Not some enemy could take an antenna system with specific equipment and could catch the satellite. Yeah? So we are making specific authentication for radio channel which is responsible for satellite control. And of course, the better you secure this satellite link, more effective and more you will sleep much more calmly at night. So we see the examples that AI helps to make more effective cyber security, radio security. So it's I believe it's a very good field of using AI. The second thing is Darius mentioned also about the frequencies, because the question of interference, the question of effective using of radio links for making services for the client. It's also, clients could be different. It can be a commercial client, it can be a governmental client. It can be governmental bodies which is responsible for national security, so they need very protected channels, and AI helps them to make their own coding of the information, and also for satellite operators to make radio channels more secure.
I think, additional to Vasily, what was said is that there are some key threats, and in our vision is that there are 4 or 5 directions. It can be, first of all, as it was said, it's ground station attacks. Often the weakest link in the chain as ground infrastructure is the internet connected or accessible thing. And gaining the access here can give attackers control over the satellite system in general. The second, it can be the signal interference, like a spoofing, including, for example, the GPS spoofing. It can give the false navigation signals and signal jamming or some intercepting of satellite communication. Also, it can be direct satellite attacks. It means that involving some kind of malware injection or hijacking the control signals or altering the satellite behavior. Also, the main was supply chain vulnerabilities. It means that compromised components or some malicious implants in hardware or software before the launch. And even these threats are they have some evolution, for example. They're previously limited to state-sponsored actors. It's so saying that now as the hacktivists, cyber criminals, or private groups are increasingly active now. and also the growing reliance on cloud infrastructure has expanding right now the attack surface. Also the shift to small satellite, and as you know that right now the trend of the space thing is shifting from big satellites that was regulated before, that most of the commercial things are shifting to small satellites. And also there are a lot of commercial operators, and they are new in the market, and they are less regulated, for example. It can be also one of the threats. There are some couple of such kind of examples, like it was even in NASA when the satellite was hacked in 2007, for example. Or KSAT, cyber attack was in 2022, right? And Black Sea GPS snooping, which was in 2017, for some good example, when the ship's GPS system showed false location, believed it to be state-based test and GPS interference, for example. Yeah, this is the main threats, and of course the AI as a double-edged sword. I mean, yeah, it can be helped, maybe somehow regulate these threats.
A short comment from my side. So satellite services are really important during the crisis and emergency situations, and this is the reason why we should secure this kind of services from different cyber attacks and different other types of risks. And recent events, your question mark was about examples, recent events when full scale of Russian invasion began in 2022 in Ukraine. The first thing was shutdown of geo broadband services, not only in Ukraine, but in part of Europe countries as well. And it impacted many customers by the compromising of ground infrastructure, modems infrastructure. The second example from 2024, when 6 European satellites were hijacked, and you are coming from France, for example, so it was service disruption not only in France and in other European countries as well, when also attackers that were from publicly known from Russia territory, they hijacked the satellites and translated, overrided the program of satellite, which was for kids entertainment with military pictures, you know. Mentioned examples with jamming and spoofing is everyday reality today in Europe, and it really a clear danger for not only customers on the ground, but for many critical services in different areas, and especially in transport and communication. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I understand that satellites are critical in our everyday life for navigation, for telecommunication, and there's a risk of cyber attacks like you have described. So AI can help here also to protect our space assets. So let's jump now to the challenges of AI in the space industry. So when we talk about AI on Earth, the main challenge today is the billions that the Americans spend to train their large language models. So this is a key challenge for AI on Earth. So do you have similar challenges in space that you can share? Billions, maybe?
I think in space it's more billions than on Earth, yeah. Because of course it's the cost of the risk is high in space because it's very complicated to fix it. So of course it's very challenging. It will cost a lot of money, but space was always rather expensive thing. But still, it's obvious that AI will take very wide implementation in space programs and space activities. in space communication, in Earth observation, navigation. Every aspect of the space will be influenced by the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, for a couple of examples, yeah, we know that AI chips are really powerful, but in the space they are fragile and they cannot survive because of this space radiation. So we need to solve this kind of shield of this technology, AI in the space. The second limitation is about the data. So satellites are small and they cannot be as data centers we have here on the ground. So it means that AI in the space should work with limited power, but with huge efficiency. Yeah. The third thing is about the data. Yeah, here on the ground we have many pictures, we have many videos, we have many data to train AI. But in the space we are limited because we need to create synthetic data and to teach artificial intelligence on that. So I would mention these main limitations for AI in future, in the space.
Yeah, of course the colleagues are right. From the side of technical and data, it's very good examples. But what about the ethical considerations? I mean, yeah. As AI system is becoming more autonomy and they can make some mission critical operations, right? And also even they are doing a lot of things as it was before explained by my colleagues, for example. But for example, if one of the biggest questions is the accountability or responsibility. If an AI system makes a harmful or irreversible decision, for example, such as initiating an unnecessary orbit change or failing to avoid a collision, who is responsible actually here? That's the main question. Is it the system designer, operator, or the organization deploying the AI? These questions mirror the debate around autonomous, about a lot of autonomous vehicles, but are even more complex in space, where real-time human intervention may be impossible. There's also our ethical imperative to ensure AI decisions align with human values and mission goals, especially in life-critical or dual use, for example, military or civil contexts. It can be also very harmful in some cases. Thank you.
But you know, I think that exactly the space way of developing the AI can be effective. You mentioned ChatGPT, for example. When you ask ChatGPT about some general question, it gives you very good information. When you ask, I tried myself several times, ask ChatGPT about my specific activities, it gives something that I can say, I'm sorry, it's a bullshit, yeah? So when you teach the AI with a very specific, very strong way, it can be very effective teaching. Not having the ocean of information and trying to teach him using every data. So I think it can be effective in space.
Liability and responsibility is really, I would say, the key question in autonomous AI and safety and transparency. But it's in Europe with AI Act, it's already solved, and the responsibility is crystal clear according to the law. But the law is very fresh, and we are just starting to be prepared to implement and to do some kind of governance and enforcement. So it's a problem when technologies, they moved very fast and they are far away from the legal frameworks and regulations. So according to the European Artificial Intelligence Act, this is, of course, European document, but it will affect global enterprises. If you wish to register or to provide services in Europe, you have to comply with all these requirements of AI. So very clear responsibilities for manufacturer, for example, who is producing the system of AI to work in the space. It means a manufacturer should comply all the safety requirements, all the standards with, depending on the risk, because European AI Act here is risk-based oriented. It means that only high-risk systems should comply with all this data quality and other requirements. So Europe is always criticized about the legislation and administrative burden, but I think this is a good example when Europe leads bringing with necessary rules and legislation like we have all on the ground, in the skies, so we should have the same transparency, accountability, responsibility, all the standards in the sky as well. So this framework already exists, but it should be implemented fully.
Okay, thank you. But you raise my curiosity here. So you say it's crystal clear who is responsible. So who is responsible if a satellite driven by AI, like Tesla, crashes in another satellite? So who is responsible?
We can do investigation because according to the law, there are responsibilities for manufacturer. There are responsibilities for operator. It could be not responsibility of a manufacturer because he did everything according to the standards, and this is responsibility of operator, and he didn't have professional staff and other things. Yeah. Also, it could be responsibility as regulatory agency which do not did enforcement necessary. Yeah. So everything is put in the different levels of institutions.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. So let's finish now and let's dream a little bit on the future. A lot of fears about AI is AI going to take my job? So I've seen downstairs there's a Chinese robot. So you see many Chinese robots driven by AI. So do you think that these Chinese robots are going to take the job of cosmonauts or astronauts in the future?
Why not? Because even now we are hearing that AI is working even as a member of the board of some companies. Today I heard the news that our main company introduced a new member of the board. It's in the form of AI. I mean, why not? It can be also work there. It will be much cheaper. Actually, yeah.
Actually, there already does, because we see a lot of examples on International Space Station. There is some kind of robotic arms, some specific devices, automated specific devices. But I don't think they take job of people in space especially. It's a very effective tools to make space exploration.
This is why we in Lithuania a lot very much in digital literacy and human skills and raising awareness and digital literacy is the most important priority. Investing and supporting all the new technologies, because we know very well that different groups of society, they are lacking this knowledge how to be part of a global digital world. So here's very important to invest to children, to older peoples, to raise the digital literacy, not to lose the jobs, but to be more competent.
Okay, thank you very much. So You want to share a final word with our audience about space and AI?
Just say that AI actually is not enhancing the space capabilities. It's redefining what's possible. But with this power comes responsibility, as I said before. If we want AI to be a trusted partner in space, we must build it in that way through transparency, international cooperation, and robust cybersecurity. Of course, the key takeaway can be the future of AI in space must be guided as much by ethics and security as by innovation. So, thank you.
I just want, like, conclusion of AI from my side. I want to say that we should not hide of any new technologies. First of all, AI is a very effective, specific thing which will help our future generations and for our generations. And the time will bring the balance. Darius mentioned legal acts. Each legal act in each country is good that year after year it have more additional acts, yeah, because we are collecting the experience and we are finding the balance. So I just want to wish all of us very progressive and effective future. That's it.
Yeah, space is global. It means there is no borders in the space, and it means we should work together, we should invest together, we should regulate it together. Do not forget the human, because all our activities should be as a value for human, not flying above the heads some machines, but they create value for humans.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel session, AI Impact on the Future of Space Initiatives, has come to an end. We warmly thank our moderator and speakers for their valuable insights and inspiring contributions. Let's give them a big round of applause. We will now take a short break. After the break, please join us for our next panel session, The Power of Choice, Human Development at the Crossroads
Thank you very much. It might be a bit different session from the rest. The sessions, and I see downstairs how enthusiastic everyone is about AI, and we also remain enthusiastic, but I think it's good to talk also about other aspects related to human development. So I would like to welcome you all to the session, and again, my name is Katarzyna Wawiernia, and I am your moderator today. Let me introduce our panel members. So we have here Yekaterina Smyslayeva. I'm sorry if the name was not very well pronounced. She is the member of Majlis of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We have Dmitry Moon, Vice Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We have Mr. Won Sang-cha, the head of Digital Strategy Unit, Small Enterprise and Market Service, Ministry of SMEs and Startup, Republic of Korea. And we have Pedro Conceição, that is online, so, but I think I also need to introduce him. He's the Director of Human Development Report Office in UNDP in New York, and he will do his presentation online, of course. But we have a very important person here, Ms. Gulzat Kabinova, Vice Minister of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So please welcome all panelists. So we are here to present and discuss the findings of the Human Development Report 2025. So since 1990, Human Development Report has been produced annually and has become one of the most widely cited sources of analysis on global development. And this is really a flagship product of UNDP, and we're very proud of this product. And why? Because really before 1990, the progress was measured by income. So all focus was on income of people. But since we introduced Human Development Index, there was a shift and focus on human, really human-centered approach, taking basically into consideration education, health, and income. So it was a complete shift in development, and we are very proud of this today. 2025 Human Development Report title is A Matter of Choice, People and Possibilities in the Age of AI. And it's a unique edition, and it examines for the first time how artificial intelligence and transformative general purpose technology is reshaping education, health, work, and governance. The report warns that global human development has stalled and inequalities are widening. But it also highlights that the bold choices can turn the things around. As one of UNDP flagship knowledge product, the HDR provides governments, researchers, citizens with a roadmap for aligning technological progress with human development. So this report has been launched already in a big capitals such as Berlin, Tokyo, and other cities around the world. And today's session is part of this global launch, bringing the discussion to the capital of Kazakhstan, Astana. With this, a few words of introduction, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Pedro Conceição, one of the key authors of Human Development Report that could not participate in person, but kindly pre-recorded his presentation on this important report. Please, could you turn on the presentation?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the 2025 Human Development Report, which focuses on artificial intelligence, AI, and how AI is shaping prospects for human development. I know that's the main topic of the conversation today. But every Human Development Report also tries to provide the state of the world when it comes to human development. So I will start by sharing some of the findings related to where the world stands when it comes to human development. And the good news is that human development today has achieved its highest level ever. If we measure human development by the Human Development Index. So the three components of the Human Development Index, the economy, achievements in health and education, are at the highest level ever. But there are two aspects that are troubling and concerning. First, we are seeing a very slow rate of progress when it comes to human development compared to the historical trends. So the blue line on this chart shows the evolution of the Human Development Index, or the global average, when it comes to progress in human development. And you can see that for many years it was steadily improving, but in more recent years there has been some volatility around the global Human Development Index, and as of last year we registered the slowest progress ever. And what the dashed lines represent on this slide are the projections of the Human Development Index looking ahead, based on historical trends going up to 2020 or the more recent trends. And you can see that more recently sort of the curves are flatter, meaning that if we project the more recent progress in human development forward, we are witnessing a much slower rate of progress in global average human development. The second aspect that is concerning is that the gap in human development between countries at the top and at the bottom, which is represented on this slide, that shrank for many years. So you see that this line went down. This is the difference between the Human Development Index of the countries at the very top and at the very bottom, has now reversed. This process of convergence has now turned into a process of divergence, where the poorest and most vulnerable of our international community are actually being left behind. So it is against this background that the report tries to understand what artificial intelligence means for prospects for human development. And we did this in part by asking people around the world whether they were using AI, and perhaps more importantly, what their expectations were when it comes to the future use of AI, if any. So here's what we found based on a result of a global survey looking at countries at different levels of the Human Development Index, from very high, which is the line at the bottom, to low and medium, which is the line at the top of this line. So what the blue numbers show is that around 20% of respondents to our survey are actually already using artificial intelligence, and that 2/3 of respondents with lower levels of the Human Development Index expect to be using AI within a year. This contrasts with around half of respondents in very high Human Development Index countries reporting expecting to be using AI within a year. So I think this is a very important finding in the sense that's the context for our Human Development Report, which is an attempt to respond, to give a response to this expectation that people, particularly in lower human development countries, have that AI is going to be an important part of their lives. And when I speak of AI, I'm speaking primarily about the more novel, more recent configurations of AI, particularly around generative AI, that in contrast of with AI of a few years ago, that was something that was playing out in the background and already being widely used by firms, by governments, by the military. AI today, particularly generative AI, is something that is consumer-facing, that is very accessible, and that is widely used and has been widely diffused around the world. And so this makes it very powerful potentially, but something that we need to look at carefully when we use this new technology. In part because the training data that has been used to propel these models, as well as the methods and the places in which these technologies have been developed for the most part, overrepresent the views and the perspectives of very high Human Development Index countries. So what you see on this slide is the correlation between the responses of one of these generative AI chatbots, ChatGPT, to the questions of a widely used survey of beliefs, of culture, of values, called the World Value Survey. And you see that the responses of this particular chatbot to questions from this survey are very close to the questions of human respondents, so the correlation is high for very high human development countries. But as we move towards lower levels of the Human Development Index, as we move to the left on this slide, we see that the correlation declines. So there's an overrepresentation of the views from particular parts of the world that we need to be mindful of. And so I think one of the implications of this observation is that when we think of the use of AI as a tool that can automate some tasks that are currently being done by humans, so automation, we need to be mindful of this bias as well as other characteristics of generative AI, including the fact that sometimes it makes things up. So it's important to have a balance between the deployment of AI to automate some tasks that humans currently do, and assuming that we can just delegate to AI just because AI has some capabilities that closely resemble what humans can do needs to be examined carefully, and we need to evaluate the kind of outputs that AI produces before just assuming that we can automate processes using AI. So if AI can automate processes, it can also augment what people can do, so enable them to do things that they're already doing in a better way. So we actually asked in our survey what people around the world thought about whether AI was going to automate or augment what they were doing. And here are the responses that we found in our survey. So the dots here represent the share of respondents in particular countries and in particular occupations. Each dot represents a country and an occupation. And on the horizontal axis, you have the percentage of respondents that expect augmentation, and on the vertical axis, the percentage that expect automation. And the two striking findings from the results are that first, you can see that people that expect a certain level of automation tend to expect a similar level of augmentation. So the two tend to go together. That's why these dots sort of are lined up around this diagonal on this chart. And the second interesting finding is that people expect more augmentation to take place compared to automation. So the expectation is not the prediction of what will happen, but the expectation that people have is that, yes, there's going to be some displacement of some tasks by machines, by AI, but on balance, people expect more augmentation to take place. So I think this is an important finding of our report that I think we need to be carefully in mind and understand how we can give response to this expectation. And one of the ways in which AI can potentially augment what people can do is related to the expansion of science and innovation and creativity. So to motivate this potential, we can see on the slide the performance of human players at a table game called Go, and you can see that for many years the performance of human players at this game was sort of flat. So the dots are sort of on a horizontal axis, except that in 2016 there was an AI model that was able to beat the world best player at this game of Go. And it did it in a way that surprised human players. So that's why you see this quote here from a player at this game of Go when he saw a move by the machine, by the AI model, that was surprising. It was not something that humans had seen before, but at the same time was seen as something beautiful. But the point I want to emphasize here is what happened to the performance of players at this game after this happened. And you see that the performance of players started to increase and move up. So this is an illustration of how AI, given its ability to process data and see patterns in data in a new way, can actually inspire humans to be more creative. And, you know, again, may not seem very, very relevant, but we are seeing applications, for instance, in biology, with AI now being used to predict the way, the shape of important proteins that have important biological functions, and we can now start using these findings to help us make advances in, for instance, drug discovery. So one of the ways, just to emphasize this idea again, in which AI can be used to augment what people can do, is if we use it as a way to enhance our creativity, not as something that automates it, but that empowers us to be creative in new ways. And the final point I wanted to emphasize before I conclude relates to some of the potentially harmful or negative effects associated with the diffusion of AI in our societies. So what you see on this slide is mental well-being, an indicator of mental well-being across different age cohorts, going from younger towards older people. And you see that the lines sort of increase with age. So the lowest level of mental well-being is now a characteristic of younger people. Now, the striking thing is that a few years ago, this curve used to be U-shaped. So younger and older people used to have the highest levels of well-being. There has been, in the last few years, a sharp decline in the mental well-being of young people, particularly young women and girls. So there's obviously many drivers and causes to this, but the fact that this happened at a time in which a number of digital technologies, many powered by AI, were widely diffused, is one of the things that merits close examination and concern. To conclude, the title of our report is a matter of choice because we argue that our future is determined not by the capabilities of the technology, but the choices that we make. And we suggest that it's important to make choices in which we deploy AI and also shape its evolution as a technology in three ways. First, building what we call a complementarity economy so that we take advantage of this potential of AI to complement and augment what people can do, as opposed to putting an emphasis on how AI can displace and automate what people can do. Secondly, pursuing innovation with intent. So looking at AI as, yes, a new innovation, a new technology, a new invention, but something that can also be an invention of a method of invention. So something that empowers people to be more creative in science and technology in new ways. And then finally, investing in the capabilities that count. This means that going forward, perhaps the divide is not one that is going to separate people from AI, but one that will separate people, organizations, government that have the ability to use AI and those that don't. And so it's important to invest in those capabilities that will harness the ability of people to use AI to improve their lives. So in conclusion, we argue that it's a choice how and whether we use AI to advance human development. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And now from online discussion, we can move to our discussion in presence. As you have seen from this presentation, it is very important to have human-centric approach to AI. Basically, AI must serve the human being, not human being serve AI. So it's something to really reflect on. And this report and development index this year for Kazakhstan was quite high, of 0.837. That's really placing Kazakhstan quite high in this human development category. And this speaks a lot about the success of Kazakhstan and its commitment to strengthening the human capital. And one of the key ministries that is working in this direction is, of course, the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, which is now responsible for innovation, too. So let me give the floor to the next speaker, Vice Minister of Science and Higher Education, Mrs. Gulzat Kobienova. Please.
Greetings, dear guests, dear participants of this panel session. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone here. It's been mentioned several times how important it is to promote human development in the eon of artificial intelligence. Let me describe the key areas or lines of work of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. The previous speaker mentioned that we have a choice. We have a choice of the pathway forward. And I would say that as of today, our higher education system has chosen its path. And I would elaborate on each of them. You know all of our priorities, dear guests, dear participants. Our ministry works on three key areas of AI development. That would be personnel training, of course, in AI, scientific research, and AI application for the development of the national language. Let me talk about the first area. personnel training, we are here talking not only about the AI training, we're talking about all economy sectors. UNDP has been implementing the professional development program so that the personnel could use AI professionally in the educational domain. As of today, AI is integrated across the board, all curricular. At higher education institutions, 95 universities have already implemented AI courses in their curricula, and 54% of the faculty have been trained. They have taken professional development courses on AI. 30 universities are already implementing 38 educational programs on AI at undergraduate and graduate and postgraduate levels. On the screen you can see an example of a syllabus of one of the leading educational institutions in AI. That would be an international IT university. You can use the QR code to check the syllabus for the course and see the contents of personnel training in AI. United Nations Development Program is implementing AI for improving the quality of education, access to education, and supports the digitalization of educational processes, implementation of innovation technologies, and improvement of skills in both faculty and students. Here I would like to emphasize that our ministry for 3 years already has been implementing a project called Мамандығым болашағым, which is My Major is My Future. Here we are talking about the foresight research and the atlas of jobs or occupations that we will need in the future. And what are the new occupations emerging due to AI development? Of course, here we're looking at the needs of the economy in general, applicable to all regions in Kazakhstan. Here you can see what kind of syllabi are developed today. They have been under implementation for 3 years. As for AI personnel training per se, we do that in cooperation, among others, with foreign educational institutions within the framework of the academic hub that is to be established. AI Center in Cardiff University in Kazakhstan has been founded, and 3 universities are working on partnership. Kızılorda University, Satpayev University with CTU, and East Kazakhstan Technical University on the basis of the Luban Master Shop. Similar activities we can see at Astana IT University, International Technology University. Focus is on training specialists under the Bolashak program. There is a specific category, AI personnel training, for postgraduate programs that gives the opportunity to the faculty and research fellows to work as fellows at the leading universities and research centers in the world. Of course, to implement all of those programs, we need the relevant infrastructure, and this is one of the challenges that has been brought about by AI development. And it's important not only for the universities, but research organizations as well. On the premises of the leading universities, there are special centers and labs for AI. For instance, East Kazakhstan Technical University, Kazakh National University, Atyrau Oil and Gas University, Süleyman Demirel University, Alihan Bakihan University, and so on. The relevant specialized departments for AI have been founded across many global universities. Several research labs have been established, intellectual systems at Nazarbayev universities, in 2024, they have been registered as a separate legal entity, although they have been working since 2019. Today, they are an AI research institute. At Al-Farabi KazNU, Gumilev University, Satpayev University, an academic cluster of supercomputers is being created to conduct advanced research. And the expectations, of course, are very bright here. The idea is to combine those capacities in one network so that research is accessible to all universities across Kazakhstan, across its regions. Talking about the development of AI per se, we need both computing capacity, research infrastructure, and AI basic digital literacy for students and faculty. You may have heard that starting last year, within the framework of the implementation of the Head of State's instruction, ISANAM program was launched. It is going to be a phased program. During phase 1, we're planning to train all students, master students, doctoral students, the foundations of AI. 440,000 students have taken those courses. They have been certified under Huawei, Coursera, Astana Hub programs, as well as university in-house programs. The next phase will be advanced AI training, tech businesses, project development, and startup acceleration. We are happy to see that the students are already implementing projects, and they have developed 119 AI assistants. About 400 new AI agents are to be launched before the end of this year. Here we can talk about examples of the products developed by our students. Exclusive guide, hearing impairment translator, cancer diagnostic platform, and many others. If we talk about the scientific projects that are being implemented in AI, 62 such projects across the country are being implemented, and 26 of them are being implemented by young scientists across all 7 priority development lines for science, focusing on advanced manufacturing, digital technology, and space. All in all, in AI, we see that 27 universities are actively working, as well as 6 research institutes in 11 regions. The 479 scientists are covered in healthcare, agriculture, robotics, transport, infrastructure, and that wouldn't have been possible if not for the relevant legal framework we developed to implement all of those projects. 3 years ago, together with the colleagues from higher education institutions, we began discussing this issue. At stage 1, we developed an inter-university standard for AI application for the training process, how to train students, how faculty uses that. And further, based on that, last year, it was included into national higher education standard, providing that AI should be integrated into the training process. There are specific norms for AI application in writing papers, theses, for both graduate and postgraduate levels to ensure ethics and academic honesty. The colleagues have developed a methodology to determine the level of digital maturity for educational institutions to make sure they have measured the level of digital transformation extent and the unified rules for AI integration in education and science are being developed to ensure high quality, transparency, and accountability. Basically, this is where I'm going to wrap up my presentation. However, I should note that we are cooperating with international organizations. That would be cooperation in AI implementation. Our further plans, as our president stated at the opening event of the forum, how important it is to develop postgraduate education. So one of the priorities is to establish the National Research University for AI. This is where colleagues and I are going to work further. Ekaterina Vasilievna, we are going to build the entire legal framework for AI application to develop the economy. Thank you.
Ms. Kobienova, and really it's great to see such a progress in digitalization here in Kazakhstan. I mean, you listed so many measures that the country is undertaking right now. And I am glad to see it because it's like a marathon, you know. AI is such a shift and so fast. It goes so fast. It's going to be now extremely fast. So all this preparation of society to face the new paradigm is very important. Thank you very much. And you mentioned some regulations and security also of personal data, fake image and video generation, intellectual property. All these issues are still out there to figure out, not only for Kazakhstan, but also for the whole world. So we have this expansion extremely fast, and we need to be ready for this. So saying this, I would like to invite our member of Majlis of the Parliament of Republic of Kazakhstan, Ms. Ekaterina Smyslayeva. Please, the floor is yours.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Greetings, dear participants. I had an opportunity to read the report. Basically, all of the analytical documents that are being issued in the digital domain, and not only digital domain, and the reports that are being issued by the United Nations. Of course, as a legislator, I read them very thoroughly because our legislation is quite peculiar. In case international law is ratified, it would be dominating, prevailing over the national legislation. Therefore, I am tracing whatever happens in the legislative landscape. Internationally, we can see there is no classical and principle certainty on this topic. We don't see high quality, full-fledged international compliance framework that would serve as a benchmark for our local legislature. Conventions and treaties that are signed internationally are mostly, let's say, non-binding. There is no enforcement. There is nothing mandatory because, you know, the international community is afraid of lagging behind in the technology race. Considering those trends and considering the findings of your report, I can say that in the nearest future, we cannot expect any stringent international compliance in this area. Of course, there will be serious ethical standards. Certain guidelines will be issued as well. But I cannot say that we're anticipating like a super document as a shared benchmark for all countries. Well, I'm not sure it will be there. So all of the risks we're discussing today, they are descending to the level of national law. Therefore, inside the jurisdictions, the legislature are more responsible because the way we protect our citizens, the way we are addressing all of those risks, it all depends on our local, national level decisions. One of those decisions was taken quite recently. After 2 readings, the lower house emitted the bill on AI with the most balanced, as we see it, position of the legislature on AI. And the spirit and idea of this bill is in line with whatever is described in the international reports, including the risk report. AI as a partner, but of course in no way a substitution. This is a principal point. A new approach to economy, a tool, first of all, to improve our development. We can let AI in as long as it makes our life better. As soon as it gets worse, as soon as there is infringement on our rights, we need to stop. Considering that AI is always in the hands of certain people, humans, and it's capital intensive, we're talking about global transnational companies. So there are no niche or craft products in AI. Anything that has good results is usually transnational, cross-border, capital intensive. So hoping for the common sense of transnational corporations in those issues without building our own lines of defense, well, nothing personal. It's always about money. Therefore, the defense measures that we have established for the personal data of our citizens, first of all, and certain functions that we cannot accept beyond the perimeter of the system, emotion identification, remote use of personal data, socially discriminating scorings. These are the things that we've written in the law with certain constraints. We have risk-based regulation for new technology. Therefore, we're looking at high-risk technology, first of all. And the third important thing about intellectual property, as you mentioned, no jurisdiction is answering this question today, and we did our best to answer. As for copyright, the use of public authors' content in AI systems for training, it's not considered as copyright violation because there is technically no retranslation of the product. There is no infringement on the copyright per se. There is no, so it's secondary use of authors' content in training. Beyond training, there is copyright protection. There is no sense in protecting products that have been created by AI without any creative contribution from a human being, because that's loss of effort. The person is has to always be able to prove that they made this contribution. So the copyright subjects can be assigned to prompts that you create for AIs. And we need to understand that using for training is not a violation for copyright, because there is no, conventional or traditional infringement upon the copyright. However, we said that there will be a machine-readable ban set by every author. If I don't want my creative products to be a part of the global generative training machine learning system, I will put the machine-readable tag that the machine can read and understand that it's a ban. So this is the way we are treating the copyright in this bill. I can talk a lot about this law, but I know that there are many other speakers. I talked about the key takeaways from this law. Of course, today we're working on the digital code, where we're going to focus on the human rights, the right to be forgotten, automated decision-making involving humans. So in this code, the tasks are totally different. We will work on the digital gap as well, something that's mentioned in the report because it's really important. If we don't have connectivity in the remotest part of our country, we cannot state that we cover the entire country with AI. We need to ensure there is no digital divide. This is something we're going to address with the digital code. Tomorrow, we are running a small workshop. We are presenting the digital code, 10 a.m. at Astana Hub. Dmitry might correct me if I'm wrong. Not Astana Hub. Where did we find the premises? At Congress Hall, at 10 Congress Hall, 10 a.m. we are ready to welcome you at the presentation of our current approaches under the digital code, including AI and data regulations. So should you have any professional interest, our doors are open for you at tomorrow's discussion. I think it's 2 hours long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and many challenges in front of us. I think not only, it is a challenge for the whole world, but it was really great to hear from you also how many dilemmas is in regards to all these regulations and issues that we have to deal with in future. And as you mentioned, there is no some kind of international standards yet. I think everyone is on the path to figure out what it should be. And we probably, as usually, will learn from local level, local cases, on the ground. Unfortunately, making a lot of mistakes. That's how it happens. But thank you really very much. And Dimitri, you are here with us. I am really Vice Minister of the new ministry, yes. So we all know that this is really new ministry, but we would like to hear from you about the plans, what is happening, what is the latest, and I'm sure you probably want to take a lot of time because we know you very well for many years as UNDP, and you worked with us very closely. But please welcome and share with our public today what are the nearest plans.
Thank you very much.
Greetings, distinguished guests, and today I would like to tell you briefly about the plans. We are in the age when things change very rapidly, and we realize then that in 3 years people that cannot use AI is just like not being able to use internet these days, because it's a technology that has arrived and that will drastically change all sectors. We observe it and we stand ready to embrace this transformation. Yes, education will have to change as well, will have to transform. So exam, education, homework, just internalizing information, it's all in the hands of Ministry of Education, higher education, science. We're trying to forecast what occupations will be redundant and what are we going to do with the people to train them on data labeling, for example. And as this AI technology has arrived, the demand for new occupations is emerging, and we're working with the ministries trying to forecast, to describe, to capture the essence of these occupations. And jointly with all state bodies, we came up with a 5-year plan on education, on AI. 1 million citizens of Kazakhstan. And as you can see, these are school students, these are university students that will be embraced by this. More than 100,000 civil servants. And we developed training courses for entrepreneurs, including farmers, industry specialists, and so on. So why are we doing all that? I mean, it's evident, it's obvious that in this race you have to take advantage of this technology as soon as possible, instead of just using it as a chat GPT, by sending some prompts, but in order to enhance governance, to hone our governance, and we are trying our best to take advantage of this technology in public governance. So in order for this to happen as fast as possible, we are training all the layers, just like we showed you, right? 90,000 civil servants and so on. So I was just willing to briefly touch base this program that we use to train civil servants. At the same time, explain what inroads, what progress we do in using AI agents, so that AI usage was more effective than when it is sporadic or uncontrolled. First of all, we created a national platform of AI that gives you access to created and certified agents and assistants for civil servants, for residents. It's been piloted now. Around 50 agents should be launched before the end of this year. 10 have been launched, and the remaining are in progress. One gets access to data, to supercomputers by using that, and gets the ability to build AI agents rapidly. One of the examples on how to use AI to enhance the effectiveness, and it's an impact that they should all feel. Claims from residents, more than 3.5 million requests per year come to state bodies. We have trained AI. 16 government authorities were trained so that they were, in the picture, so that it wasn't difficult for them to apply these laws and regulations. So it's in a closed network that processes and the claim or request and helps to come up with a response, taking into account the history and the previous requests of similar claims from residents. We have another instrument. It's called eGov AI. More than 3,200 public services can be searched through mobile app eGov Mobile. More than 600,000 requests for over 3 months, and over here we have a separate course for residents, so that they knew what are the agents, what are the assistants for our citizens, so that they could take full advantage of it and boost the effectiveness, and that would reduce the lines and queues in the centers for public services, or even if you're trying to phone them, instead of that you can just do it all online, including by using your voice, through this app. It's available only by text, in a text format at the moment. Now, what we're doing for our akims or mayors for rural districts, we are offering them a separate program that teaches them how to use AI along with big data. We have a digital family card. It's a joint project that we successfully done with UNDP that allows us to trace more than 100 indicators across all families. There are more than 6.5 million families across 100 databases. There's hundreds of indicators, and AI, having gathered information on the income, mobility, immobile property, and including all these claims and requests from each district in each region, using the phone call, is now able to tell you short tips and recommendations, looking at the trends that have caused either improvement or deterioration of the family situation. And we're teaching mayors or AKIMs to write a report on what they're doing to minimize this risk, on how they're following these recommendations or how they can improve it, and using best practices. Those who are improving the family in the situation in families is used as a benchmark, and we're teaching both at the same time our mayors or AKIMs and AI, who is helping to spread this practice at greater scale. We're also teaching our top management, top leadership of the country, government and ministries. We're entering each office these days, because when you tell them there is a website, you can download it all, but when you have some lengthy well-rooted procedures, it is hard to eradicate them. It's important to borrow experience from business, pre-sale. I just come from business sector, so you come and tell them, this is what give you for free. This person is going to be with you for a week. That is going to reformat your processes. We have this operator or the national company and all these assistants that I have been talking about, around about 50 of them, 15. We have a person who is showing them to everyone in the office, how to use it. There is they get a chance to practice, to get a first-hand experience. Now the Ministry of AI is going to work hard in the future to make sure that AI is widely used by government authorities across all sectors.
Vice Minister Moon, it's really great to hear about your work and very exciting future upcoming. As we are running a little bit out of time, unfortunately we have just 1 hour for this session. I would like to welcome our international speaker and guest, Mr. Cha. He comes from Republic of Korea and works for the Ministry of Small Medium Enterprises in the Republic of Korea. So please, a few words from you, knowing that we have a limitation of time, I'm sorry, but welcome.
여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 오늘 한국 정부 이제 출발한 지 4개월 정도 된 한국의 새로운 정부가 추구하고자 하는 한국 정부의
Greetings and delighted to see you. Thank you for the invitation, and I would like to tell you briefly about the national strategy of AI development in Korea, and it's transiting to the national level of using AI, and the primary goal is to use AI not only for economic growth but also for to address social problems at the national level. And yeah, we are keen to take a leadership position to be in top 3 global powers in AI by 2030, after US and China. AI should be developed as a key sector that should prevail and dominate across all sectors. It's done through the main advisor to the president to Korea, and the next one is building infrastructure of AI. That's when we build the main AI network, with the government of Korea allocating the budget, and with the data centers and providing 50,000 graphic processors, GPU. And the next is introducing innovations in various sectors: production sector, finance, healthcare, education, key sectors. It's accelerating digital transition of small and medium enterprises by using AI. The next is development of HR, capacity building. It's stage by stage training on AI, starting from primary school to university, to prepare to train 1 million specialists that would later implement and work in AI. And the next is innovation in public services by introducing AI. It's expanding services with the use of AI. The next service should be, these services should be as close as possible within the vicinity of citizens in such sectors as transport, eradicating disaster relief, environment, and so on. And the next is building competitiveness at the national level. It could be done by quantum jump forward with the use of AI, and the next goal is to enhance quality standards and by establishing safe and convenient society. Thank you very much indeed.
Very much, Mr. Cha. And just to tell you that Mr. Cha came to support on the program Digital Kizilorda. So it's again very important that we focus on the regions of Kazakhstan, not only on Astana and the biggest cities. And we are using Korean example and piloting a few projects for micro and small medium enterprises. So no one can be left behind. So in conclusion, I would like to thank you all guests. I know you are very busy people, vice ministers. You are the ones that make everything happen in the country, and very important guests from Parliament and also Mr. Cha from Korea. In conclusion, the Human Development Report calls for action. There is no conservative approach anymore. It's running. Now, we need to ensure as societies that there is nobody left behind. We cannot allow that these benefits of AI stay in hands of big corporations, and the biggest benefits stay with them. We must ensure that everyone, the whole of the society, benefit from artificial intelligence. So I leave you all with this reflection, or leave us all with this reflection, because I'm still reflecting on this. And thank you, and we continue our conversations. Thank you.
Құрметті қонақтар, осымен біздің панельдік сессияларымыз өз мәресіне жетті. Соңғы таңда қуатты жасанды интеллект осында тұрған адамда мола атты тақырыппен бүгінгі мазмұнды пікірталасымызды аяқтап отырмыз. Барлық спикерлеріміз бен модераторларымызға шын жүректен алғыс айтамыз. Дорогие гости, на этом все наши панельные сессии подошли к концу. Завершающая тема «Сила выбора человеческого развития на перепутье искусственного интеллекта» стала достойным финалом насыщенной программы. Мы искренне благодарим всех спикеров и модераторов за их вклад, знания и вдохновение. Ladies and gentlemen, with our final topic,